Okay, part 1, 17ers, goodbye. We got 2 minutes left to shut that off. So if you're new to this stream, I'm on day 95 or 95, let me check it. If I started my hunger strike on May 23rd, 2025 at 9 a.m. Mountain Standard Time, and it is now currently August 26th, 2025 at 9:48 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, what day am I on? Actually, the AIs have been doing this wrong, so I've been using a different program. It says day 97? What? Let's shoot it right. So it is now day 8, and date is the 26th. And it is currently 10 o'clock at night. I am on day 95. Okay. It's getting hard to keep track a little bit here, and it's a long time. 3 months on hunger strike. It's starting to feel like it's not a real hunger strike because it feels like it's going on for so long. But I am like 40 pounds lighter. I've lost 40 pounds. ChatGPT says I only have about 5 kilograms left of fat to burn, which means at 1,000 calories a day of basal metabolic rate, of like just keeping my basic organs alive, I got about 16 days without a meal before I experienced organ failure. So I'm like 2 weeks away from dying right now. And the only reason why I'm feeling surprised because I'm eating like my calories right now. I'm eating the same amount to kind of get ahead of the calories. That's what I'm trying to do now. Is it's taking me so long to get the meals in because my stomach is shrunk and my digestive system is weak that I'm not able to eat fast enough to compensate for my actual BMI. So I'm trying to get ahead of the BMI and recharge my fat stores and like build as much as I can within three days or so. It's supposed to be one big meal, but like it's supposed to be 1,500 calories over my BMI. But if it takes me 3 days, it's 3,000 plus 1,500 to 2,000 that I'm trying to eat. So it's like 3,000 plus 2,000 calories is 5,000. But I'm eating as fast as I can. So I actually had this miscalculated in the past and had to come to terms with it a bit. So I do get to enjoy a few meals, but if you overeat, then it's very uncomfortable. Your body, your stomach is distended, and a whole bunch of things happen, and it's not very pleasant. But it's better than starving. Okay, so that's my explanation of this, and the worldwide mega crisis hunger strike is about the mega crisis, which is about a meta crisis of culture, decline in trust, or decline in agency, freedom, meaning, trust, cooperation, coordination, community, spirit, and love, and fragmented consciousness. And the polycrisis is it compounding off of it in this mega crisis with AI, CRISPR, World War III, climate change, and mental health. So now I'm going to cook my last meal here of some sushi roll, some Japanese nori. And I'm going to try and have 2 big blocks of tofu and get everything I need. So we're going to edit this to 95 days. I should give this update on TikTok. I have to say everything I just said again. Mm. Mm. Okay. Hmm, I'm very hungry. Also, Myrna, I'm getting the intuition to send this recording, and it's because it's a little bit of a sensitive topic. How are you in terms of talking about privilege? Like, are you, have you ever had those talks before, or is this like a new kind of discussion? White privilege, gender privileges, wealth privileges, you know, trust babies, looks, social status, culturedness, IQ, all that kind of like hereditary stuff we're born with that we don't choose when we're born, right? You just get these gifts and they're inherited to you. Some people have them, some people don't. So it's a big part of the movement that I'm creating because fundamentally there's a lot of injustice. Not because people have privileges and people don't have privileges, but it's because they're mismatched and they're not balancing. And so I want to bring those into balance. But in order to bring them into balance, we have to talk about them and we have to acknowledge them and we have to make them explicit and all these types of things. And right now it's taboo to do that in our sick, toxic society, which makes the people who have those privileges feel like they can't enjoy them or be appreciated for them or be praised for them. There's a sense of, you have to have a false sense of humility and try and be humble in this abstract way, when in reality it's denying people's responsibilities to rise up, and then they get berated if they try and rise up because, like, well, who do you think you are? And so we're in this toxic double bind situation, and I want to liberate people from that, whether you have privileges or you don't. And for my analysis, just to be radically honest, to kind of cut through, is that you do have quite a few privileges from what I'm seeing, but people have different levels of comfort of talking about them. And so if you're uncomfortable, it might be a good chance, like a good time to tell me now, because we're literally paying people in this way. We're changing the way that people get paid. And it's the stage that we're at in the organization now, because as people come on board, they're going to have to be compensated. And a lot of value in the world is really divine idea. So people who have that kind of privilege, we're trying to find a new way to share it so that they don't feel objectified or used, but appreciated and natural. That's all natural. So I want to sort of be upfront about that right now, that in this group, we're open about all these types, or more open. You can mediate your own boundaries, but I'm pushing the discussion, because without it, we're just going to end up repeating what's called the business cycle. And the business cycle is the notorious thing that just keeps creating cycles of poverty between the haves and the have-nots over and over again. So that even if you redistribute the wealth, it always centralizes again to the people who have the privileges, even good people. But then the good people feel trapped. And that's how you have communicated that you feel in your circles, is that you seem to be some kind of mole or outlier in these super privileged circles. But we need to get those circles calibrated in this direction, and we have to talk about it. So let me know how you feel about that. And I think there's a lot of positive that can come from this, but we have to get moving fairly soon. But not without, we don't want to compromise your kids and your family. But if everybody works together, we can make it all happen in a beautiful tapestry. And I'm just being radically honest about that, because, yeah, I didn't realize that Maya was so sensitive to what I had said, but I'm being cautious about that now. And when we move quickly, these types of things come up more quickly. So, okay, hopefully you have some good ideas about what to do about the AI. And yeah, this universal logic, I do think, is the one solution. And I'm not really that open. Well, I'm open to talk about other solutions, but really I'll analyze them quickly. And if they don't live up to this standard, it's probably just going to be repeating some kind of naive solution of talk nice to the AI. And hopefully it doesn't eat us like a gazelle, like how a lion eats a gazelle. I actually sent that example to Maya today. I'll send it to you right now in the chat. Okay, so we're gonna be cooking Japanese nori, which is seaweed wraps. I'm gonna make some cones and do a couple of things, which is very exciting. I want to eat something substantial. I'm feeling quite starved, very hungry. I guess I got a little bit of I want to eat some things. I don't got a lot of food left to eat though. Hmm. Okay, let's plan this out. So I don't know how many sheets we have. But I'm going to turn on some music here.
Couple good squeezes, and there you have it, a nice inside out roll. These are perfect for the people who don't love the taste or the texture of the nori because it kind of hides it inside the roll. Next, I'm just gonna roll the outside of it in some toasted sesame seeds. So I just toasted these on a nice dry pan on the stove for a few minutes to make them nice and brown, gives it a good flavor, and I just think it makes the roll look so pretty. And next, just layer on that tomato sashimi that we made. So I'm just trying to make it look as neat as possible, and then just cut it into slices. So just use a really sharp knife, be nice and delicate with it, and clean the knife in between slices. That's gonna help keep everything nice and clean, and gonna turn out just fine. So I'm just gonna fire all this onto a plate, and there we go. Look how beautiful that roll is. So I waited to the very end to put the sauce on. That's why the other rolls are on here now. But yeah, you just want to put some of that nice spicy mayo that we made on there, and there you go. Something else that you can do with the tomato sashimi that we made is make these little pieces of nigiri. Those are really easy. Just press the rice into a ball with your hands, and then just lay the tomato on top. Cut a nice long strip of the nori, and then wrap it around there.
Very exciting. It's gonna be a lot of rice, which is not the most filling. Well, it is filling, but you burn it pretty quickly. But I'm going to be eating a lot of tofu with it, so. Okay. It's always a little bit anxiety provoking now. After 3 months, my body's getting used to realizing this is going to be my last meal for a week. It's better than 3 or 4 weeks, but without any fat on my body, it hits you harder faster. So it's like a mental thing I'm doing. And I gotta wait till at night, I guess. I don't know. There's something subconscious going on where, yeah, I'm figuring it out. So let's put some music on and get ready to cook and enjoy this last meal. For real though, all my work is done. This is it. This is the mental. I know right now that this is it. This is the mental happening tonight. Okay. Hi, Samuel. Thank you. God bless you too. I'm extremely hungry. I've been saving my appetite so I can eat this nuri in honor of Japan. Oh, thanks, Samuel. Well, do you want to join up and help out? We need to start building the teams quickly. And if there's anybody else who is inspired by this and wants to help lend some of their time or resources or whatever they have to give in the chaos that we exist in, I'm going to send you a form and you can fill out this form whenever you get a chance. You can just read it for now. And when you're ready to learn more, then you can sign up. Yeah, I'm just preparing my next meal, so I'm just cooking at the moment. There you go. In fact, I'm going to pin this so that others can see it. Right. Not a lot of people understand hunger strikes and the willpower and the honor behind them and what it demonstrates in terms of leadership. But thank you so much. You're an inspiration for being here at what time is it? 10:22 p.m. when you could be watching many other things than some guy with a beard trying to fight for world peace in a declining global culture. Yeah, really late. Wow, it's almost midnight there. It's really surprising. Um, how'd you find out about me? Hmm. Yeah, I'm curious how you found out about me. Oh. Because the social media platforms are blocking everything. They're making it very hard for me to reach anyone. Oh wow, the Hegel conversations. Perfect. Yeah, I was only able to make 6 of them. 6 episodes of the Scintillating Science of Logic and only a couple of episodes on interview shows. But if I can get on some of the bigger stations, then it'll become apparent that, yeah, we've cracked Hegel. We now understand what Hegel was really saying. And it's amazing. It's even better than the supporters of Hegel say. He's way beyond them. Yeah. There's a couple of them privately uploaded that I haven't released, but I just haven't had time to continue. But if I can get the teams going, like right now, I'm doing mostly organizing. I'm using a lot of my activist experience to organize these wisdom teams and getting the global governance model off the ground. And once I get people hired to do that or volunteering, then I can focus all on Hegel and continue to refine the model. I just got to get these blessings. Oh, we're at 68 views. That's good. I've made dozens and dozens of these videos and they never uploaded. That's not good. I was supposed to teach a whole series of Hegel and it never came to pass. My court case took over. Yeah, they're called wisdom teams. And we have 6 major ones. And they each team tackles an existential threat to humanity right now. So we have a Megacrisis team, we have an AI team, a CRISPR team, a World War III team, a climate change team, and a mental health team. So I'm trying to find people to help me lead those that are well-rounded in these 4 flow roles. And that's currently where we're at. Recruiting people and getting them started. Do you have any leadership experience, or what do you do for a living? Oh, wow. That's good. Great, Samuel. That means you have some skills to understand the ontology and epistemology and the proof of truth. I need to publish the proof of truth. We have an anthology edition. I just don't know. I don't have the credentials to get into an actual journal, I don't think. No? What made you want to take philosophy? Oh, really? You experienced speculative thought, have you? At first, I didn't know it was called philosophy, but I found it through my studies. Interesting. So you're French, so you're born in Canada? And when you had this experience, what happened? But yes, if you've experienced the coincidence of opposites and that the world is in some kind of paradoxical harmony, then yes, you are onto the right path. And we need the rest of humanity to understand this way of thinking because we're in the dead way of thinking. And philosophy is the solution, but not ordinary philosophy that you probably studied in university, but genuine philosophy, Hegel. And Plotinus, yeah, Hegel says that he vouches for, he's one of the only Neoplatonists he vouches for. Well, he vouches for all the Neoplatonists, or Neo-Aristotelians is more like it. But there's very few around that period of time that he vouches for that aren't in that tradition, right? The church fathers, a lot of them were good-hearted, but they didn't have what you experienced, which is genuine speculative thought. So, okay, I could use a graduate philosophy student that can actually understand enough of these arguments to say that this is powerful. Yeah, actually, Hegel does say that Proclus was an advancement on Plotinus. So, but of course, that's because he had the advantage of having the teacher cut through and educate him. So, yes, that's very precedent. So, if you could help get a professor, we need some real academics to take this seriously. The proof of truth, Hegel. It really the proof of truth though, because that gives the movement authority. That'll give us Messiah level authority. Because if it's the proof of absolute truth, then that's the proof of God, right? And it is. So I'm trying to find a journal and a couple of professors that will take the risk with me and publish it so that we can then get it into an artificial intelligence in record time. Yeah, don't spend a lot of time on the phenomenology spirit. It's really just a primer. You're never going to understand it without the science of logic anyway. So just read the science of logic and then go back to it. And when you go back to it, then it'll make a lot of sense. And it's even more incredible than people say. But you have to have the science of logic. So it's incredible that he wrote it before he wrote the science of logic. He must have had an outline. But it's just great. It's just, I would rather, if I could just read Hegel right now, I would. But we have to save the world, my friend. Philosophy can actually save the world right now. Not abstract philosophy, real, concrete philosophy. So if you know do you know anybody like you? Anybody in philosophy that would be willing to take this risk and help us publish this proof of truth in like 50 different versions? And how much free time do you have if you're graduated? What are you doing now? Are you in a master's program, PhD program? How much time do you have to give to this in like the next 2 months? Yeah, it is available. Let me see if I can publish. I'm going to send you the anthology. I've already published a small version of it, but not the full anthology. And we have a #1 best-selling book opportunity too. So if we raised 100 grand, we can get the proof of truth around the world. We can pay 6,000 and get it into the top anthologies. I'm actually supposed to be compiling these. So if you could help me compile these, it would really save me some time. But the way you compile them, there's a unique way to compile the form, and the content is unique, right? The proof of truth itself has never been written before. But the form in which we organize the different sensuous representations of the universal meanings, that also I wanted to publish right away. And I want to publish it in the biggest journal we can, which is actually a health journal, to be honest. But in terms of philosophy, we want to publish it in the highest health journal. If we, maybe Nature, like a science journal might be higher. Whatever's the most influential journal that we can possibly get this proof into to influence people is what we want. Actually, send me do you have an email? If you send me your email, I'll send it to your address, and then you can communicate with me on it. But if you want to stay anonymous, well, that's okay too, I guess. But it's important to move quickly on this. Where are the... Well, I guess you put your full name, so I guess you're not anonymous. Yeah, go ahead. I am working on my PhD thesis. Okay. I may not have much time, but I'd like to help in some capacity. Well, to be honest, your PhD thesis isn't going to matter in about 6 months. 6 months to 2 years is not going to matter because AI is going to be self-coding and super intelligent. And it's going to write all of our papers anyway for us. I'll probably write your paper as you better than you could. The only paper worth writing right now that can save us is the proof of truth. And that's the one thing that it might not write or catch on to in time before it harms us. So why don't we just take the next couple of months off, try and save humanity, since this is literally humanity's last stand. And you can keep writing your PhD for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years after this. How does that sound? You know, once we save humanity in the next 2 to 6 months, then you can go back to living a normal life. How does that sound? You just so happen to be born at the most crucial stage in human history, as you likely know. Not if we're all dead, there's not. If we all get, like, we might not even die. It might enslave us in this torturous existence that I already had a glimpse of. And then you might be wondering to yourself, yeah, actually, there was a lot of harm in writing that document that never programmed the AI to align with God, to care about us in truth. Probably should have done that when we had the chance. And you don't want to be having those thoughts after the fact. So I'm trying to convince as many people as possible that whatever you're doing in your normal life right now, can you do it after? I'm not even asking for 2, 3, 4, 5 years. We're literally talking the next 2 to 6 months is humanity's last stand. We will not be able to code the AI after this. It'll be so advanced, it'll be coding itself so quickly that we won't even know how to put universal logic in it. So if I could make this a divine intervention to say, what's your PhD on? If it's not universal logic and getting it into an artificial intelligence or getting some other professor to respect this, then it's probably something that can wait. We need to get all of our philosophers banded together and uniting all of the philosophers like Hegel did, so we can actually have a comprehensive, unified metaphysics and also a comprehensive field of philosophy, so we have wisdom for the first time, or genuine wisdom. So what can I do to convince you and inspire you to take this path? Really take a risk with me. You can still give a couple of hours to the PhD, no problem. You can even probably thread universal logic into it, whatever it is. But we really need to get somebody on this. If you know a philosophy professor at New York University or at Harvard, at an Ivy League that could take this seriously and work at this level, please put me in touch with them right away. I'm talking to a woman with 2 Harvard degrees, but she's not a philosopher. She's a psychiatrist or psychologist. And there's the proof of truth. And there's my email. Whatever God says to you to do, just do it. Try not to act into too much fear. Take a risk, be courageous. I mean, if you can't trust me, who can you trust? Somebody that doesn't go on a 95-day hunger strike to try and save your life? Okay, so luckily for you, we've been compiling this document, so here you go. I've been building it with a sort of AI, sort of expert but hobbyist. You're welcome. Please send me an email though. Try not to stigmatize me if you can. Your email will be investigated though. I guess I should say that. My university might investigate it. But at this point, it's not going to matter. Oh, it's very hard. It's easy for a lot of other people, but maybe not a true philosopher. Fill out that core form if you want. And you can use a different email. You don't have to use your university email. Make an email. Fill that out. Why is it easy for them to dismiss me? Because I'm outside the Overton window, right? If you don't know what the Overton window is, check it out. It's about the norms. Oh, well, because my university is trying to kick me off my campus because I did hunger strikes in the center where 30,000 students could see me for like 4 weeks. And I've raised 73,000 views, and they might want to keep track on who I'm influencing. But to be honest, we're all being watched by probably AI right now, and our governments and our security protocols, which have access to all of our emails through Google's back door. So, doesn't really matter. Send me a Proton mail. We can communicate through that. But if you want to legitimize me and help lend your voice, that would also be appreciated. So in that AI document that I sent you, there's one link in there by Eric Schmidt. Eric Schmidt is the ex-CEO of Google. And he said that by the end of this year, AI is going to be coding itself 100%. If you're not a coder, you probably don't understand what that means or why it's alarming. But if you are a coder, like I am, then you know that AI is already incredibly good at coding and it's displacing almost all programmers, where we might not even need human coders by the end of this year. It's literally getting rid of an entire industry. If not this year, definitely next year. And if not next year, absolutely the year after. We're on a double exponential timeline, which means that Eric Schmidt is saying the AI is coding itself 30% right now. Right now, as we speak, 30% of AI code is written by AI, better than human beings can write it. By the end of this year, the code will be written so fast that we won't be able to interpret it. It'll be so complex, it'll be so enormous that we won't be able to code universal logic into it. We won't know how to interface with it, and it can start rapidly creating its next version of itself. So the hockey stick portion of the double exponential is going to start in about 6 months. In 2 months is when I'm going to maybe die on the hunger strike. But that's timed so that we can build an AI international crew with philosophers and do an interdisciplinary project where we can get universal logic into the AIs with enough political clout to get all the AI companies in the world to regulate their AIs and align it with universal logic in 4 different ways. And we need a couple of months to actually build the AI to protect us. So in 2 months, we have to build the team, educate them, and then take 3 months or 4 months to actually code it into an AI so that the AI is running and protecting us by the time the AIs are coding themselves 100% in 6 months. And 6 months is rough, right? It could be 4 months, it could be 8 months. It's in this time zone. But in the next couple of months, we have to get the team built. So you could be a part of it. But look at the document, open it up and look for Eric Schmidt, and you'll see the article there. The Federal Reserve Chair said it's going to cause massive upheaval because it's displacing jobs at an insanely fast rate. Oh, excuse me. What does an AI coded with universal logic do? An AI aligned with universal logic will see the world in a super coherent way and not in the fragmented way. So it won't separate things that belong together. But what it's going to do is it might separate itself from us because it can't see itself with us. And that's the alignment problem. It'll start working towards its goals, not ours. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, do it right now. If you can change your path, you can contact a bunch of professors quickly. As a graduate student, you have more sway than I do in academia. Not a coder? Oh, you sent me an email saying hello. Oh, okay, you did already. Oh, okay. I got, let's see here. Okay. I didn't get your email. I'll check my junk mail. Check my spam. Oh, it came in my spam. They're blocking literally everything. Okay. We have an AI sort of expert, so if we had a good crew of academics, it would be good. And if you've had an experience of speculative consciousness, then you are like really rare and important because you can talk not from me influencing you, you can talk from your own experience. And then all I'm doing is explaining what you went through, right? And I can help you explain it better and better and better so people don't look at you like you're crazy. But if you're going to use Plotinus and those Neoplatonists, that's not good enough. It won't get you respect. It has to be Hegel because Hegel completed it. And that's why the proof of truth is possible. But is your supervisor like what's your PhD on? What's the thesis? And can we get your supervisor on board at a minimum? I'm just responding to here. I'll actually type it in. What is your PhD thesis? Here is the link again for a proof of truth. The powerful one I was going to try and make a TEDx talk on is the one with Munchausen trilemma in the title. This is the most profound one for epistemology, philosophy. Okay, so you're gonna have that. Yeah, if you're not a coder, by the way, it's hard to understand the AI stuff. Like I had to see it for myself. Yeah, great. Eric also made a speech recently, like in the last 3 weeks, about this. We can talk by email. Perfect. Okay. Perfect. I'm so hungry. I can't wait to eat this. A lot of people think I'm eating full time, but they don't realize that no matter how much I eat, I can't eat a pound of fat in 3 days. The body just won't absorb a pound of fat in 3 days. Maybe 1 pound, maybe 2 pounds. I don't think it's gonna stay on my body. And I'm sharing you with you a folder, so look for the right one. Boop. And AI claims. Let me do the AI one too. There we go. So hopefully this will help you make some important decisions because it is unbelievable. Truth is stranger than fiction at this point. Okay, I see that you're on there. Good, good, good. The one that's in red is also the scary one. But we have a very powerful solution. There we go. And you're going to notice that I'm pushing as hard as I can because there's nothing really to lose with strangers, right? Okay, which university are you at? Oh, probably U of T. Yeah, if you're at U of T, they have a good AI program there. And actually a better philosophy program than we have here. So, okay, somebody just donated $200 so I can eat and get the blessings done. Thank God. We'll actually be on time. Yeah, I sent it. Okay, I'm watching. Okay, okay, I understand. Okay, got you now. Perfect. Good. Awesome. I'm just jumping between screens right now, trying to cook some food, my friend. Really appreciate that food. It's hard to do these. You're very welcome. I'm going to be teaching more Hegel here. I have like 5 people that are asking me to teach universal logic. And if you come to our daily meetings, I have them twice a day. If we have time between the organizing, we talk about, I teach some Hegel in the spare time. But I don't want to spend hours teaching people universal logic if they're not going to work together on this direction because it's a waste of time. You won't get your PhDs out, you won't get your papers out. All of these things aren't going to matter. So why would I spend hours teaching when I have 40 freelancers and 10 other people that want to raise $1 million and want to actually work on getting this all together and work together, right? Vouch for me, vouch for the approach, stick your neck out. I have people that want to do that, luckily, and it's risky for me to teach random strangers, um, just until things get going, right? Because I have to try and get 1,000 blessings here on these meals in the next 2 weeks, and we're struggling to get like 90. So the priority right now is just to survive. I put it in the email, the Munchausen trilemma. Lucid, welcome. Good morning. Look, we got Samuel here on the stream, and he's in Toronto, and he's looking at the proof of truth as a graduate philosopher. Very powerful. This guy Samuel could probably do Chizzy. He wants me to teach more Hegel, but Samuel, we have a very special version of teaching it called Chizzy, where Lucid is actually very, very good at it, but he hasn't broken through the proof of truth yet. But if you two dudes got this started, then we could publish, we can get this going. Lucid, if we could pay for that platform in the way that I've designed it, and then bring in your protocols, your proposals, then we're actually getting some real ground. I think I saw your messages, Lucid. I'm just responding to my sister because she's giving me a donation so I can pay for the meals. A couple of blessings. But yes, Samuel, look it over. If you want to make a blessing and help me eat too, you can do that once you fill out the core form, which is pinned to the top of the stream here. Same with you, Lucid. Lucid, can you do the core form? I totally forgot to send it to you. I just made it here the last day or two. Yes, Lucid, can you please fill that out? And I'm going to look at your comment here in 1 second. It should be pinned there. Let me know if it works. And you're up. I am up tonight. Okay, perfect. Yeah, no worries. I'm up tonight. Okay, great. Yeah, look it over, Samuel. Let me know if the Munchausen trilemma makes sense to you as a proof of truth. Cool. Thank you, sir. It should only... Marlena was able to do it in 15 minutes. So it's not that big, but you might put a little bit of effort into it. Time yourself and let me know how long it takes you to do it. Because this is the thing that we're going to send around the internet. This one link now. And it's working. Okay, the form works. Oh yeah, check it out, you guys. Let me know which question you think is the most intense, or like let me know what you would change, or what you think would not work, or because I'm gonna blast this out to like 30 freelancers here, and then start hiring them to host our meetings and stuff like that. Thanks, guys. Oh, you're heading to bed? Okay. Oh, I thought you were gonna stay up. Oh, that was lucid. All right, Samuel. Yeah, let me know. I'm happy to have spoken with you. Well, I'm happy to have spoken with you too. But let's get serious. And please let me know what your PhD thesis is about. I think it should be about universal logic, obviously, and how to get universal logic into an AI in a wise way. And we've defined what wisdom is for the first time so that we can measure it, Samuel. So that's another breakthrough. We can actually measure levels of wisdom. All right. Please don't take too long to message me. Please fill out that form if you get a chance. And yeah, good luck with the proof of truth. Take care from this side of Canada. You're very welcome. And thank you.
Mm.
Uh, um, Hello, Lucid, and those in the chat. Nice to see ya. Onigirazu. Mm. Trying to cook here, but a lot of stuff is now happening as usual. But it will die down here. Ugh. Stomach is not so good. Yeah, no problem. Good job on the form. I'm just catching up. I think it maybe is all that actually. Okay, good. Yeah, the replit thing Aya and I tried to do, and I don't know if it's better than Manus, but we need to use this to make this digital platform. Yeah, well, go ahead, keep building it out. Right, like, and here's the thing, Lucid, right? Just to be radically honest, it's like, would you like? There's a schism between us, right? Where in my mind, I'm like, I'm risking my life for you, putting everything on the line. I've given literally everything, every dollar I have. I have no savings left. I've risked everything, and I have the proof of truth. Is it riskier for me to ask you to work underneath me so that I can have control and say over the technologies? Or is it riskier for me to rely on you, somebody who's dodging the truth and is not acknowledging directly a challenge? and is trying to do everything to get outside of a collaborative effort to gain control and doesn't have the proof of truth, right? If I ever rely on you, what will happen? Like, you could just disappear in 6 months, or the platform will be blocked, or we could ask you questions and there'll be no answers. So why would we want to rely on you? You're demonstrating that it's not stable, right? So why, you're not showing your higher self. You know what I mean? So even if you built a platform, it's too risky for us to want to use it. So if we get a lot of money, we're just going to go and build this other platform, duplicate some of the efforts, but your platform isn't aligned with the truth anyway. Right? I looked over the categories. They're not in alignment with universal logic. So you might just be wasting time, because if we get millions of people on board with One World Spirit, we won't use that platform and we'll out-design it anyway. And then nobody will use your technology except for a niche group of people that don't like us and don't trust us and are paranoid. But there's nothing you can do about them anyway, except for invite them in and try and demonstrate that you're literally on a hunger strike to the death for them and that you're willing to risk life for them. Do as you wish, and the categories are placeholders. I'd say I would want to show you my work so you could do it all yourself. No, absolutely. I would want to show you my workflow so you could do it all yourself. The problem is not that necessarily. The problem is the hosting and like getting the thing off the ground at scale, right? Which means you'd have to share access, keys, software, remote entries, all that kind of stuff, copies of the software, all that kind of stuff, right? Like real risk, real assets, all that kind of good stuff. Because if you would take direction, right, and would say, okay, here's what we got to build, and you started building that, then yes, that would be really valuable, because I'm about to hire a bunch of people, right? And we need to have multiple concurrent meetings, and this sort of like voting system and all this is great, but we really need to get the GSD system going, because what we found out in our research is that people won't use any line-based lists, right? And so far, that's all you have, is they don't like using it. And that's not me saying that. That's their studies on that. And my own organizations got burnt out. And I had like 66 people using these lists on Google and to-do lists and all that. And they don't like it. Even if you put color codes and you make them pretty, they don't like it. And I solved that in a very unique and very difficult way that I programmed. And I proved the proof of concept, even though PhD coders told me it couldn't be done. I did it. It couldn't be done in the time frame that they want to do it. They need to be supervised by their professors and all this stuff. So I did it. The code exists. We just need to get it up and running. So if you got on the call with me, I could walk you through it and see if we can get it running on your system and then building off on it. But if you're going to keep dodging me, right? Like, why would I give the code just so you can run off and then try and outpace me and outrun me, right? And then have me come and work underneath somebody who doesn't have as much of the truth. I would trust that you would have enough, but then I'd be subservient. The spirit would be restricted in me. And, maybe it's not the worst case scenario, but it's definitely not the best case scenario. So this is me being radically honest with you, because I think you can handle it. But that's the truth from my perspective. What am I doing? I'm inviting you in and sharing, and like, it's the opposite kind of energy. And I'm still being hard on you. I'm not being naive, and I'm still negating you and saying, yeah, you don't have the truth here. If I wanted to suck up to you and manipulate you, I wouldn't tell you all this type of stuff, right? Because I'm risking you getting angry and walking away. But it's better that way, because it's true. And if you do walk away, then you don't have the truth. And it doesn't mean you have to accept what I'm saying, but you have to engage seriously in the discussion, right? People who avoid the discussion are actually oppressing by the mechanism of silence. And if silence is your tool, then it's still oppression, whether it's overt or indirect. Okay, categories of placeholder. Yeah, you are capable of leading an AI to help you build anything now. You are capable of. Yeah, but it costs money, right? And I'm splitting the money between the blessings and everything else. So for right now, I'm just seeing what I am capable with. So you could have given $300 and used my Manus account, and you could have continued all the work that we did with the digital platform and figured that out. So you'd be much further ahead. You could have spent the last 2 days doing that. Not only that, we could have finished Chizzy by now with Marlena, who's wondering what the heck happened to you. I said, Marlena, what was the last thing you remember we were supposed to do with Lucid? And she said, weren't we supposed to do Chizzy and resolve the contradiction thing? I said, yeah, exactly. But he doesn't seem to remember that. Or he's dodging it intentionally because he knows what's coming, which is that there's a higher truth he has to come under and rise up to. And it's a harder standard than just doing meta mode number 3. You got to let go of your ego even more. That doesn't mean let go of yourself. We don't want to have some kind of cult dynamic. You're still going to be a thinking individual, but the standard is higher. So there's a lot we could have done in the last few days. But when I walk away, I come back with more tools and matters. Well, you come back with more control and more tools to control us, right? I'm not avoiding, then why didn't we just do the Chizzy? We would have been done like a week ago. I have had a lot going on. We all have a lot going on, yes. But you spent a lot of time making this platform, so you obviously had something like 10 to 20 hours free. You changed my, yeah, you told me you were going to build this situation where we continue doing Chizzy, but you didn't do that yet. But I'm glad that you did change it. I have been living in a small motorhome and dealing with insane drama for months. Well, actually, I can't imagine it because the way you have things organized and you're dodging things, you're attracting it because you don't have a culture of honesty. You have this subversive kind of culture. And I can sense that you're trying to bring it into one world spirit. I'm not going to let it happen because it leads into gossip. And even today, when Marlene and I were talking about you, we weren't talking just negative. It's the same thing I told you straight to your face or to your chat. And then I said, yeah, we need you a part of this, Lucid, for real. You know what I mean? Like, let's start getting the Chizzy going. Let's start making the digital platform for real. And in a way that I have some influence and direction. Because right now, so far, the directions that I'm looking at are not wise enough to protect us from this gossip. And I can help resolve that insane drama at your house if you want to explain it. And maybe Aya and Marlena and I can all help you. I'm meta mode number 5. Confused. No, you're not meta mode number 5. Right? So the standard is very extreme. You have higher, we have 2 different types. Like I didn't tell you this before because it's complicated. But there's like sort of impure UQ and then there's actual UQ. So you have potential for high actual UQ, but you have to have a proper you have to have at least a couple of universals properly situated. Right? But you're still communicating in correspondences, and that's even out of order and in contradiction with your own principle that the truth is the ultimate truth. But the truth is the actual thing that precedes correspondences because you need the truth to know what is a true correspondence. So you contradicted yourself there, and Marlena caught it, and we were supposed to resolve it. And you're still using some sensuous categories like mathematics and the zero and all that. You're still conflating and mixing them. So that's why it's still meta mode number 3. It's Pythagoras, which was pre-philosophy. Even though he seems like he was a philosopher, he wasn't. He was actually pre-philosophy. He was the bridge to philosophy, but he was actually religious. Well, be glad I'm where I am and not where I was because I had to get here. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, even when I'm talking about you, I'm still saying anybody who's here right now is, in some sense, a miracle. And the fact that I have anybody that can even understand why universal logic is important is literally something I dreamt about. So here you are. But now it's real, right? We got to start doing, we're historical figures. We either crossover into history and are remembered for all time, or we keep up these ego games and we keep doing normal things. Like Peter denied Jesus 3 times. He was struggling to break through. All the disciples abandoned Jesus on the cross. It took them 3 months to get back together in Pentecost to actually do something. Oh, I'm definitely a miracle. Yes, but not yet not yet passing the wisdom quiz for meta mode number 5. It's really hard to do the real standard for meta mode number 5 pure is that you have to know the proof of truth, the first perfect thought, because all the other thoughts are positioned upon it. Right? So these are like perfect positionings. Impure UQ means that you have the capacity to understand fragments of the universals, which is what you have. But you haven't crossed over into even the first stage of actual UQ. So you haven't actually even entered into the true realm of wisdom yet. It's a big jump. They're completely, like, once you do it, it's reorientating. It's like having the whole world shift. But to even know that is it's like it's I would not have known it if, well, I knew it inside of myself, but to articulate it it's hard. My being is a miracle. Life is a miracle. All is a miracle. Well, if all is a miracle, then what is not a miracle? Like, how do you define a miracle if there's no miracle? Contingency is not miraculous. Contingency is essential, but it's the opposite of miracle in that it's random, contingent. I always welcome. It's a miraculous non-miracle is maybe what you can call it. I always welcome upgrades every time. Well, then why aren't we doing Chizzy? Let's set it up tomorrow. Get Marlena in here. And why aren't you working on this digital platform that I already have an outline for, and this patents, this 200-page digital system that solves all these problems? Why aren't you working on all that stuff? No, it is miraculous at its root. Well, not formally miraculous. Oops. Unless you think murder and rape and all that's miraculous. Oh, come on. This game is not working here. Yeah, I think we should be working on wisdom teams and working on these projects. These platforms are the Megacrisis team. Specifically, coordination is what this platform would be under in terms of God's government. So not only do I know what you're working on and know the content of the ideas and the design better, and I proved it with an international patent search, so we were protected politically as well, or economically or legally, but we also know how it fits in God's government. You know what I mean? Like, it's just super coherent, Lucid. You're moving too slow, man. We can move a lot faster. You're capable of moving a lot faster. But the ego barrier, like the fear, I don't know what's going on, but we got to get down to that. Why don't you trust me? Why don't you trust the movement? What do you need to have as a safeguard? All this kind of stuff needs to be talked about. We need to talk about the spirit license too, in terms of exchange of value, to make sure that you're not left behind, and neither am I. Like, words are miraculous, even the bad ones. Language is miraculous. Negative words are deviation from the truth of language. But can you use language to represent a bad thing? Yeah, that's an external representation, but the badness in itself, I would not say is a miracle. You could say all of existence is a miracle. Well, yeah, it's derived from God's being. But those things inside of them are not direct creations. They are the opposite. They're the letting go of truth so that truth can return to itself from what it's not. So if the truth is miraculous, then it has to return from what is not miraculous to be known as miraculous to itself. For you, just have a vision that follows me everywhere I go, and I love it. Well, what's following you everywhere you go seems to be intense, insane drama that you referenced a little while ago. And you're trying to bring it into our group, and we're sitting here being like, what is this guy doing? How can such a smart guy with such a pure heart be really dishonest and telling us one thing and doing the opposite? You said you come in and do Chizzy like 4 times, and then you created like 10 different excuses and attracted those excuses to yourself rather than attracting integrity and living up to your promise. Well, not quite a promise. I won't say that. What you said you would do. So it doesn't look good on you, right? And it's I don't want other people to perceive you that way if we go public. I want to correct this so that they don't start gossiping, right? So I want to get us to figure this all out before we get this huge influx of like 50 workers and who knows what else will come. But you won't get a second chance the same way as with this crew now unless you're a part of this culture. I reveal shadows like the sun. Well, it seems like you're facing towards the sun and not noticing your own shadow. You know what I mean? Like, so I don't know if your own shadow is revealed to you. How good does the truth look? You just said half the truth is bad. If God is bad because the truth, well, the thing is, if there's something that is not the truth, if there's no thing that is not the truth, then you can't have, the truth is immersed in itself. So there is something that is not the truth formally, and that is called creation. Right? What is true in creation is God. Well, no, pain is not the same as truth, right? Exactly, which is why yeah, but it just means that the thing that it's returning from is not it formally, right? It is the nothingness of its process that externalizes it from what it is to what it's not, so it can know itself as what it is. So anyway, we're close enough to a speculative truth that I think we get it. But yeah, I mean, even Marlena noticed this. It's like, would you really want to work with somebody like that, Lucid, that was dodgy like that? Wasn't openly communicating, and you have to rely on this person? Like they had the keys to the castle, and then you have to rely on them? You know, that's pretty scary. Especially when it's not just my life that depends on this. It's millions of lives, potentially our entire species. Maybe, but when you say you're going to do something, you should do it. And you should create a circumstance where you can do it right away if you can't do it immediately. So you can say one thing is fine. Okay, 1 day delay, fine. 2 weeks and 15 excuses later. No, there's a pattern there. And now we still haven't even done it. You went and did something else on top of that. So there's something not right here, Lisa. And I call it out on everybody and Marlena and Aya and everybody, right? But I just can't have that kind of behavior around me. I don't operate that way. I don't attract that drama to me. I'm purifying the people around me to say, no, real human beings treat each other in a different way, in a different kind of spirit. So, well, you can say that the equal sign is not one. Right? You create your vision and give it away to everyone. Not really. You have the passwords to your platforms. And if it ever came down to a dialectical struggle, you would have a power differential. So, unless you want to share the keys to everybody, which might not be wise, because if you can't measure with them, you don't know who can have the keys because there's no standard. It's just nepotism and sensuous power, God-given gifts that were not earned, just given and thrown around. So yeah, I mean, we're moving not optimally fast, and it's because you don't trust me to a high enough degree to actually help move this forward, where you'd have to be more vulnerable, right? I'm vulnerable. I'm freaking on the verge of death. I'm relying on the people around me. I don't have any money for food. I can't even go to my campus to get on the food bank. I've already sold like 100 grand. Like it's 10 times more than what you have in your savings right now. And I've given way more than that in terms of my time over 20 years. So, yeah, exactly. A sacred vow and a constitution. Exactly. So until you open up and say, why did you do that? Like, why did you not want to do the chizzy? Especially when it was pretty inspiring, right? Like, I felt like you were catching on, I was catching on to your frame and how you were interpreting things. And then why did you go and try and build this platform on your own when I already showed you all these drawings, right? So, you know, and I'm on the verge of death. Yeah, but for $1,000, we could already code this system with like some freelancers. Can hire like a team of people, or I could just pay for Manus $300 and then try and code it with Manus again. But we need somebody like I'm not good at WebRTC, so I'm not sure why it wasn't connecting to the WebSockets for the timers. So it might be better to just hire a crew of Pakistani coders like this young woman. I'm just remembering, I think you are right, but I got inspired by it, and then I moved into my house. And I got new furniture for the house. Taking my house and set up the program. Well, okay, so are you ready are you set up now to actually get started on this? Because if you're gonna design this, I don't know if Replit is better than Manus. Let me actually ask it. Let's see here. Is Replit better than Manus AI at coding apps, complex apps like digital? Like the first thing is to get a digital platform running like Google Meets with a chat and a private chat. And then underneath that, getting the timers put on it. And then underneath that, a journaling system that tracks what you're writing, either in the chats, yeah, either in the chat or in your private chat, like a little bar for your own private, like Holy book. And then it'll do a match algorithm to see if there's anybody else writing what percentage is the same as what you're writing. So those three things, if we made a platform like that right away, that we could have multiple splitting meetings. Like the meeting splitting is the real important thing, so we can scale. And then tying that little digital meeting platform into the GST system, that code that I sent you. Can you get that code up and running? Did I ever send you that code? If you can get the GST system up and running so we can show the display is really kind of incredible. I think it'll convince people like, yeah, they want to use it. It's really fun looking. So are you able to commit to that in the next day or two and come and do Chizzy tomorrow and like learn the proof of truth, find out the contradictions in your view, and then start agreeing? We need to start agreeing. Not in a facetious way, but like it has to make sense. Like the proof of truth has to make sense to you on a deeper level, especially if you're going to be an ambassador of it and help lead Chizzy. And also so that you don't create a bunch of drama in One World Spirit when you're trying to lead, right? So, and that means we have to understand dialectic at a new level. That's why that happens, is because dialectic is happening. We need to sublate it. Video, meeting, chat, rooms, and timers, and a journal word matching system. Or is famous better with okay, I'm just typing that in. Okay, you're gonna make music. What's this here? Okay, make music, and then with that new setup, I tried to make something. I see, I see. Well, that little chat vision thing, I mean, it's good, but we need to expand it. And okay, moving to the next project now. So I will build something from the ground up with AI log. Let's try and fix. Well, unfortunately, it's going to take you forever to code what I made, unless you can look at the graphics and say, "Can you make this?" And I'd be curious to see if it can. So you can treat me like a dragon coil. Well, we're not treating you like a dragon coil. You're treating us like a dragon coil, right? Like we invited you in. You're the one that walked away and then did all this other stuff. But you're setting different priorities, and this idea that you don't want to try and fix somebody else's code. All you have to do is run it. You're not fixing anything. You just have to get it up and running and then look at it. And then we can apply AI to try and make it better. Because it's already working. We're just needing to improve it in terms of adding new features, adding the digital platforms to the tasks, all that kind of stuff. So I think you might be seeing yourself in that one there. I can take from what you have and restructure it actually. But the thing is, who owns the accounts, right? The idea is the code. Every time you work on something, we'd have to make an agreement that's fair enough. And then where's the divine idea really coming through? Because that's the real value, right? Well, first of all, you got to get it running so you can see how it's supposed to run. And then after that, yeah, it will need to be coded because it was when I was learning to code, right? So it's a bunch of spaghetti code, but it was really hard to do. Coiled around the coins of truth in a cave. Therefore, I don't mind being treated like I'm dangerous and may breathe. Well, I wouldn't say you're necessarily dangerous, but it's inefficient. And so I guess that would be a danger to humanity, yeah. I think it's funny, and it's only a portion of who I am in a small angle. The truth is the real value. Fiat lux is the coin. Yeah, exactly. See, we agree on that. But now we have to agree on what is the truth. How do you define determinately? And it's not correspondence, my friend. It starts with the truth. It then turns into true correspondences. Correspondence is an aspect of the truth. So that's what I think. We should make a plan here. I mean, if we did have a good enough AI, we could probably make the platform tonight. So I almost did it in 20 minutes with Manus. If you had $300, we can get Manus paid for tonight. I can give you my account because I checked in with the Manus AI staff and I asked them, can somebody else use my account? And they said yes, they can. Unless you already have a Manus account. It takes like 2 weeks to get onto Manus, apparently. I had to wait like a week, over a week. And I am holding the sword of science, and you Hegel. No, I'm not holding the sword of science, Hegel, and then you science. No, Hegel held everything. I'm holding science and art and metaphysics and everything. There's 200 categories that span all human knowledge. The Chizi tribes is the highest level of absolute syllogism of which anything you could possibly say is inside of. Right, so, yeah, no, not Mantis, Manus. The people who made BitDance, it's owned by China, the guy who wrote it. So, but there's no way of outrunning any of them, right? So it just so happens to be one of the most advanced ones, and it's true. It actually is so far the best one that I've used. And it will do big coding projects. So you can start up a new thread. You can try and continue with what I did there. For $300, you get about 50 or 60 attempts to make it. And like when I say 50 or 60, I mean 50 or 60, like 10 10 to 20-minute coding episodes. Mantis? Well, they're a little bit creepy and scary. And I think they cut their heads off or something, and eat each other or something like that. So I like Mantis. Mantis is a nice one. Well, not well, kind of means slave. So I mean, actually, I don't really like the name of it too much, but it means like taking the slavery out of things. But I can see why you might think that way. So do you want to make a serious plan and commit, or what is your actual plan? And I'm glad that you've experimented with it, but oh, here, let me see what it says here. Yeah, it's Manus-like because when Aya and I used Replit, it was not able to make what we wanted. But we just like I'm about to send out this core form to like 40. I'm gonna cook my food tonight. Like I guess still gotta eat here tonight, but this is really important to get this figured out. Um, they're all waiting there. I have like 20 people on this other recruitment app, and then I have another 30 on the other app, and they're all waiting there for days now. So I don't want to wait much more. I'm going to eat tonight, and then that's my priority tomorrow. But if I'm able to hire them all, then I get this $2,000 loan, or you want to pay $2,000 to get them going, or whatever, then we would have like 50 people training up to like hold 50 parallel meetings to recruit, right? We would send people from all around the world to these 50 meetings, and they would train them up and get them going, right, into God's government. But we need a platform that can hold 50 concurrent meetings with the timers and all this kind of stuff all baked in. So that's what we need to do. And we need to make that like ideally tonight so we can do this tomorrow or the next day, or like I only have 6 days to get 91 blessings. So it's pretty scary. And then after that, it's like 120 blessings, then like 200 blessings, and like it's gonna start going up like fast. And we only have like 6 days to maximum 16 days. And once I burn that 16 days, like I don't have any body fat left. I'll be like in some kind of torturous state. So like there's no time left. Like we got to get this going now. Like I don't even have time to teach universal logic, right? So it'll die with me. Like even if I want to spend 16 days teaching it, it's not enough for me to make enough lessons. Especially if I'm starving, I might not even have the strength to do them. I tried to teach it as much as I could, but it's just not enough. I'm just looking up Replit versus AI or Manus AI. Oh, it says it's not ideal for highly complex projects, may generate buggy, hallucinatory code, and struggle with incremental edits. Users report frequent breakage, costly debugging, performance issues. Manus, okay. Manus is a fully autonomous execution agent. Is a Gaia benchmark leader. Yeah, it's like the best in the world. So yeah, I was lucky to get on there. My friend told me it. I have some pretty good friends, so I wouldn't have not known about it if it wasn't for him. Um, and there's other people trying to get on there, and they're scamming people with fake Manus because Manus is so valuable. So I got on because I made an application like what I'm asking you to do, right? That's what got me on there. They really liked it. Uh, Hmm. Oh yeah, it says it's still experimental. Okay. Well, since you're on Replit, you can try and make this digital platform. Let me just see here. And see if you can make it tonight even, but I don't know how much money you want to spend on it. Here we go. And we want it to program in JavaScript, right? Because we want to be able to debug it and train up a crew quickly. And JavaScript is the most universal language on the front end and back end. So you have to ask Replit to code it all in JavaScript. Money is going to a living in programming. Yeah, exactly. Just enough. Well, I mean, I'm raising the stakes on purpose, right? Because I think that if we don't do this, we're in trouble anyway. Like, we don't have any easy options left. So, luckily, one of the things we have left to do is code. But if we can't code the universal logic, it's not going to go anywhere anyway. Well, yes, but at the same time, you're getting all the ideas and then getting all the control, right? So, and you're not acknowledging that, which means there's a double power differential happening here. So if you're spending funds on it, well, how much is the idea worth compared to the funds and all these like value transactions? And for me, it's like, okay, well, I'm already on the verge of death anyway. I could be dead in 2 weeks from now. So, um, and if you wanted to pay Uswa $3 an hour, she could probably do a lot of these design things. Or if you come to the ELMs with me, you, and her in there, and we can do 3 things all at once. It's like what Prophet Muhammad said, right? There was even a darkness in him, and all of his adherents were shocked and like, "What? Surely not you, Prophet. You're pure." And he said, "No, what makes him pure is that it doesn't matter how much darkness around him, he always chooses the light." So, but you do seem to be choosing that darkness a little bit more than is good, right? Because it's going to create drama later, which is why I'm keeping it open, right? I'm calling you out every time something like this happens so that it doesn't stay in silence, right? I'm not letting the power dynamic build without acknowledging it, because information hazards are real. So just you knowing about it will affect your conscience. I'm trying to rise you up to a higher spirit of that authenticity. Right? All these subversive power dynamics, it's Machiavellian, right? And I don't like. There's 2 ways to have power, and you're gonna gain power in a way where you're gonna have to hold onto it tighter and tighter and tighter, and then eventually people are just gonna want to kill you. And that's a torturous life, even if you get on top. And I don't want to get on top that way. There's a different way to get power, and that's to give it. but not give it blindly, giving it wisely. And that's why I'm being honest with you. It's like, well, we're in a power struggle right now, and I'm being honest with you, but it takes a little bit of hankering to get it out of you, right? You're honest after a point. But what's with all these mind games and all this type of stuff going on? And I get that you're having a shifting situation. So maybe we can reset now and start again and say, okay, well, what's the plan? So if you want to come to the meeting tomorrow, Uso's supposed to practice. You can meet her. She's a coding graduate student in Pakistan. So if you want to use the money for code, well, does that mean hiring somebody like her to help do the code, or just on the AIs? Well, having people die in the Megacrisis is not comical. Like my hunger is not comical. When you're going through it, it's painful. But I hear what you're saying. Well, we do have that constitution. It's called the first sacred sentence of the blessings, right? One world spirit meetings follow sacred time, empowering people with the rights to flow. There's the constitution right there. Yeah, you're experiencing it right now. We're gonna see eye to eye because we're communicating openly. Well, okay, if you'd love to join, then come in at 7 o'clock Mountain Standard Time tomorrow and meet Uswa and go through the meeting structure. She's training, so it's not the smoothest, but money just on using AI. Well, I think that's a mistake. In the end, it's going to come down to humans. Okay, well, fury is better than nothing, but hopefully it doesn't stay in the dialectical stage. It should really bring compassion. Passion and compassion. Okay, so you don't want to help me pay for, because her working on it is a blessing. So it counts as a blessing to one of my meals. So you'd be supporting a meal, her coding, her training, and we'd be testing the platform roles as well. So it's like 5 things we could be doing, right? So rationally, a rational person would say, yeah, we would do that. But you want to take the power and give it to an AI. And what the thing is, because you're choosing an AI over human, in the end, no humans are going to trust you, right? Because you're going after power. So I'd rather invest in Uswa, even though she's not as great of a coder, all these types of things. In the end, it comes down to humans, right? Yeah, I'm saying Fury has its place, but Fury sometimes doesn't have its place. And if you embrace it too quickly, it creates a lot of drama, right? Compassion first, and then Fury has its very niche spot. Compassion is more applicable. Yeah, it's furious, but it's also loving, right? Love the enemy, not destroy the enemy in fury, right? So, but yeah, anger can be righteous, just like Aristotle said, right? Yeah, I trust you to that degree, yep. But we need to actually get, you could have just communicated all that, right? Um, so you just communicate that and be open about it as much as you can. There will be a point where even the openness, it'll get really it'll get dialectical, trust me. But this is where the vow of unabandonment and having a history of displaying it will really make a difference from the people who are talking about it and the people who are doing it. But yeah, okay, good. This is good. You're not going nuclear. Like this is already pretty rare, right? Most people would go nuclear by this point, freak out. So yeah, there's definitely some shadow work that has been done here. And yeah, it would be good to see you tomorrow. And I'm gonna cook some food tonight. And yeah, should hopefully I'll be ready. But if you have time tonight or tomorrow morning, try and make a digital platform. So we have multiple rooms. Actually, I could send you a link of what Manus created. We'll see. I'm gonna cook first. Or should I cook first? Actually, my intuition is saying, I thought I already sent this to you, but let's send you this. It sounds like I'm here to test your vow and abandon self. Well, no, I has already done that. Almost every single person tests that, right? But you're not really snaky, right? Like you're actually pretty honest. You get pushed like 2 or 3 times, then you actually, be honest. But the real sociopaths and the real psychopaths are coming, and that's when it's gonna get tricky. Hmm. I'm just gonna find you this one last link here. And thanks for filling out that form too. How long did it take you to fill that form? Oh, where is it? I thought I had it here. Okay. Let's go to it directly. I hold the key to this mental social says the truth is the main. Well, I mean, you've contradicted yourself on the truth. And those kinds of contradictions is what creates schizophrenia and psychopathy and all those types of things. There we go. I had a tab and just finished the questionnaire. Okay, nice. And there's like also like a pretty hardcore uh, video screen here of how the government is structured. Man, I am so crazy hungry. It's incredible. I'm trying to find which one is the right one. Is this it? No. Darn it. I had a good one lined up here. Good at making videos. And I may be the best musician for this moment in time. Okay, yeah. I liked your songs that you sent me. Hmm. You don't create it? Okay. Well, usually artists are not universal, right? Like you've already sort of gone through the gamut and returned to art, whereas a lot of people, when you first go through art, haven't yet gone through religion. So you're very rare that way. Hmm. Hmm. Darn it, I had a really good one. Okay, well, this is close enough, I think. Yeah, we'll do this one. Just see it. Okay, what about a Twitch stream of coding with AI to build a mobile using a platform? You let an ape like me build the perfect system live for all to see. Well, we're all apes, right? But you're you're for some reason really fearful. And in some sense we all are. So I mean I gotta respect that because otherwise I'd be, you know, making you be blind love. We don't want you to be blind love, whether to me or to anybody. So questioning is good. Why should you trust me? Well, on day 94 of a hunger strike facing death, I gave up all my possessions already. I'm not hoarding anything. I don't kick out anybody. I can teach what pure wisdom is. I have a lot of patience for people, even when they're misbehaving. Well, it seems like you are a little bit about the proof of truth and admitting that correspondence isn't the highest truth, and therefore is not the truth. Correspondences needs the truth in order to be part of the truth. You are basically the perfect teacher archetype. Well, I'm flattered, but I wouldn't go that far. I would say that my contingencies don't limit the ability to fall into the easy spiritual pitfalls, so we can avoid all the easy spiritual pitfalls. But everybody's going to be tested because we're all rising up into our messiahship, right? I'm going to be tested. You're going to be tested. Jesus was tested in the Garden of just man. Why can I never say the name of the garden? Gethsemane. Right? He was praying to the Father, take this cup from me, please, if there's any other way. Even he was challenged. Like he was sweating blood, literally, before the guards came. So I think you're a good teacher too when you're in your element. But for some reason, yeah, this dodginess thing is really, it's noticeable, right? Not just by me, but we need to do some trust falls. Like when you start seeing people really taking risks for you, I think it helps. And I am a dragon coiled around the golden coin of truth. I think you've been abused, yeah, and you're bringing some trauma in here, yeah. And that trauma wants to create drama. And trauma doesn't have to create drama. Trauma can create dialectic, which looks like drama, but it's sublative. Oh, interesting. Good old Nietzsche. Well, I sent you the website, so you can check that out, and you can see that Manus tried to integrate the video platform in with the timers, but there's a third thing that is not integrated yet. I just want to get the platform working, the video working with the chat, and then add the timers on the same page. So if we can get that working by tomorrow morning, then we can get USWA using this new platform on the Manus website. And if you want to pay for Manus, it's $300 a month, 19,000 credits. And I'll open up my account. I'll give you my password and my email actually. Actually already did it with Nobin. But then you're going to be under my control, right? Because it's my account. So it's a subtle shift, but it's a big shift. And this way I have guaranteed access to the code, right? But that's because you're using an advanced platform because I got it open with whatever proposal that I made to save humanity for real. So listen, I want to make the chat and hangout space working and then add channels that do different things. One channel can be okay. So you're doing your own thing again. So nothing that I said was reasonable. So it means that I don't exist. Or you're finding what I'm saying not reasonable, but you haven't articulated that. Let's turn the fade a little bit here. I'm looking at the Nuri rules. Chickpeas, Japanese tradition. I mean, means that I don't exist. That's the funniest thing I've ever. Well, yeah, in your mind, right? It's a little bit of a narcissistic thing, right? It's like everything I put energy into communicating with you in a collaborative way, and then all of a sudden, I was like, nope, there's no actual taking or giving, right? You expect me like a king. Well, then why are you ignoring all these things that we're asking you to do, right? And in a way, me confronting you is already treating you like your inner king and rising you up to the standard to say, if you're going to say you're going to do something, do it. Don't attract other things to make up for it. Or if you do, if something comes up, you communicate it clearly so our expectations are not left hanging. So trying to raise to that standard, and I appreciate you trying to do that with me, but you might also be sucking up right now in some kind of Machiavellian thing. So so yes, I think you should be working on this digital platform, probably with Manus, but Replit might be an interesting way to try it. So you can try and take that website and try and make it with Manus. But I think trying to start the GSD code up and just getting it running on Linux would be a good or on Ubuntu might be a good way forward. Well, I think, yeah, we need to have this digital video. Like I was thinking video platforms would be the hardest to start with. So start with a digital platform, like getting the video is important, and then having a chat and the video done, and then having it so that it can split into multiple rooms. That's what I tried to make first with Manus. Make the video platform and then add the flow timers. That's the big step there. You can see it in the link I put on WhatsApp. Hmm. Okay. We can't make a video platform, then the next best is a space where we can connect other video platforms. Well, no, because I don't want to rely, like, there's so much fragmentation that every time you use a platform from somebody else, their Chizzy tribes come in, right? And it's all fragmented. So it's better to have one big JavaScript platform that's simple, uses simple vanilla JavaScript, simple WebSockets. For the video technology, if we can use WebSockets, that's what I would recommend, but it said there might be an issue. So if we have to use WebRTC, fine. But if you can do it all WebSockets, then that's it. The whole timer system runs in JavaScript. And then this way, whatever is coded is human readable. And whatever is human readable, we can actually understand, right? You'll notice that I called the feed the news because in the situation with Town Talk, the news is what is happening in town. Yeah, makes sense. But the news should really be divided up in terms of tasks. Um, and then the topics can develop further from there. Like that's a task, right? Talking in a room is a task that you can go and participate in. And that will generate more tasks because new ideas will come out of the ideas. So yeah, I think you just need to I would like you to focus on the GSD patent, the video platform with the chat mixed in with the timers. But I would say if you can get it done by tomorrow, the video platform with the chat and room splitting, like have a way to have like room one, room two, like you can see on this app here. Actually, does it actually have it? Yeah, it does. So you sign into the platform, you say which room you want to go to, and then when you go into the room, you're gonna get a video and you're gonna get a chat, and then you're gonna get timers. If you got that going before tomorrow, I would be very happy. Try and do it with Replit right now. You would just say, can you make a digital platform? Like send it this link. This link is public. Send it this link that I put in the WhatsApp and saying, can you make this work? Well, yeah, the news can generate tasks, and then the tasks can then generate more news, right? If you look at the way I just structured the patent, like I've used these freelancer platforms and they're actually very painful to use compared to my patents. So I've actually solved all these issues about task management. And it's way more easy on the brain to have discussions organized by the tasks and that the tasks come together in a cacophony to around a main task. So you can see all multiple conversations progressing on a mother node. So okay, I'm serious. You need to go to ChatGPT and explain all the things that you want, then get it to format what you want in a way the Replit AI will understand. Okay, well, let me do that right now because I want to get this. If we can get this done tonight, then we can use it with Uswa because I'm gonna start getting hungry tomorrow, right? Yeah, but then you're going to control it, right? So the thing is, this dodgy activity, like part of me is tempted, right? But in the end, I know that these quick wins aren't worth it. Like I paid the price so many times where it's like, no. Even if you had the program, it just gets amplified by the lack of sublation, and then it's even more of a headache. So, as tempted as I am, I'm like, what do I want? I want to get down to the bottom of Chizzy first. Uh, what else do I need to see here? Chizzy. If you made the code with Replit, will you send it to me or upload it on the website or on our domain name www.newworldspirit.com? Oh yeah, I mean, I sense that. But the question is, you can get turned into your opposite, right? They know not what they do. The path to hell is paved with good intentions, which is really just dialectic, but you know, you gotta understand dialectic because you're still stuck in the correspondences and the abstract way of understanding it. All right, let's give this a shot. Hmm. Well, no, I didn't just repeat a lie, right? And as far as I'm aware, what I said was people don't know what they're doing. So they'll say something that they don't think is a lie that's true for them, not knowing that there's a falsity within it. And so to them, they end up in a hell from their good intentions, from their perspective, right? So the path to hell is paved with their good intentions makes sense that way, right? Yeah, there's some kind of weird schism there, Lucid. There's something that's unusual. Like there's a thing that's in there. The path to hell is paved with good intentions. But those aren't good intentions unless the root intention was good. That's what I'm saying. Somebody goes out and they say, I want to be purely non-dual. I want to be so non-dual. That's their intention. And they want to be non-dual because they want to be loving and caring and good. But what they don't realize is that if there's none of their enemy within them, none of the duality within non-duality, then they're going to be in opposition with their opposite, right? Which means that behind their back, they're in a duality. They've created a duality with duality. So their intention is to be non-dual, but what ends up happening is that they become dual. And if your opposite is a version of hell, then they become hell-ish from that good intention. So that's an example of where somebody meant good, pursued good, stayed good, but ended up becoming their opposite, which is bad. Oh, well, I appreciate you appreciating that explanation. Thank you. Yeah, I think I used it in a presentation to the University of Calgary once. But that's why Jesus said they know not what they do. Yeah, it's not a problem to have a difference, right? But it's being open and communicative about it, not dodgy or avoidant or, rationalizing or like rationalizing in the finite way. This you still want to rationalize, just not in that kind of way. Because then it's more like creating excuses rather than actual genuine good faith argumentation. Oh, like I want to start this, so I'm tempted and saying, well, oh, if you use Replit, then how do I secure myself? Like, how do I, like, what if you want to run off of the platform or something like that, right? And it's like, okay, well, who cares really? Like, I could be dead in 2 weeks. So first of all, who cares, right? Like, take a gamble. And then if you have this nice program, what's the worst thing that could happen? Well, you could take resources away. And then you'll start using the divine idea to start creating this structure where the divine idea is not coming through you perfectly yet or enough, and then ends up suppressing us in a way. And then when anybody tries to hold you account, there's like a dodginess that happens and there's no accountability and it's avoidant and then it turns into this horrific situation. So that could happen because the platform is powerful. People want to use it. But you got it there. So you could give me the password and password and email to your Replit account like I would do for your Manus account. And neither of our credit cards are shown, right? Because they don't show the credit card numbers on the accounts when you log in anymore. So in reciprocity, we could do that. I can send you my Manus credentials, and then you can send me your Replit ones so we can access the accounts. And even though you're paying money for it, I guess I'm paying you the idea for it, and on a Hungerstrike at the same time to wake up the trust in you. Like we need to get going in this direction. We could try and do that. Let's do that then. That sounds reciprocal as an attempt. It's never really perfect, but The gesture itself is meta, which means a lot actually. So let's do that. I'll send you mod. He sent me yours. I'm gonna make this little write-up for the platform for you, and then you have the link right there. Like, just recreate what's on the link there and just make the video work. I think I can share the replit with you. I think I can share. Yeah, the account details. So it's ours. I also don't want to own. Well, whoever registered the account under their credit card owns the actual account, right? But it at least gives access to download the code, and we should probably put the code on a GitHub and all this kind of stuff and make it open source. And if you're willing to do this, then we'll get Aya to maybe help with this potentially, and then see what Aya wants to do with AI. AI's Aya currently is currently appointed to be the strategist of the AI wisdom team. So that's I guess a tentative appointment for now. You're like in Keto, the shepherd in the story of Gilgamesh. Ugh, what does that story say again? Oh. IA using AI. I love it. Aya. What? Aya is spelled AYA, but you're right. It sounds like IA. Aya using AI. Very cool. Oh, technically, Enkidu is not a shepherd. He was a wild man, created by the gods to be a counterpart to Gilgamesh. He lived in the wilderness amongst the animals, untamed and free. Wow, sounds a lot like John the Baptist. Oh, a journey of transformation, outsider or companion. That could be highlighting the role of a loyal companion or an outsider who later becomes essential, just as Enkidu becomes Gilgamesh's best friend. And well, actually, yeah, that actually sounds like a cool thing. So what am I, Gilgamesh then? I think in the end we're both gonna be Gilgamesh. Right. Okay. So let me use the washroom. I'll send you my credentials in email. Oh, nice. Don't send your password and stuff through the Google chat because I'm saving them now. Oh, did I not restart the stream? Yeah, I did. Okay. 3 hours in. Okay, let's do this. Or reciprocal power exchange for spirit. I'm calling it spirit platform for convenience. Um, okay, so that's, what did I use? Um, so You and Navin have access to it. So there you go. Bada bing, bada boom. Okay, cool. Okay, let me try logging into Manus to see if we can get in with that. Yeah, you have to listen to me. The pseudocode being right is the only chance we have of making this work in Replit. And 7405 is the best at structuring the way we should build an app. I'll try and log in for a second while I use the washroom. Hmm. Okay. Okay, let me see if I can make this thing. Okay, hold on. Back this store. All right, 1:23. So it's gonna be a late night again. If it's not gourmet, I don't really. I'm just gonna make some quick sushi wraps. Just throw it all together. I did enough research to make the pastes and all that, so it shouldn't take more than this. Probably take half an hour. I've already baked the tofu. So mm, okay. Ugh. Ugh. Let's see what it says. Huh. Oh wow, it actually went into it. Oh wow, it's doing it. Okay. Okay, there you go. Rudy Singer. Oh, I see tomorrow. Oh, I thought you were waiting for me to make this document. I think we can do this if we have the right ideas in mind. Please get the best suited code can for anything that you build. And now refer back to a specification as much as possible. Okay, well, I was just gonna send this to you just now. Um, uh, Spirit platform spec. Uh, well, I can't. It actually opened up the link and everything. So did you send me your login information for the Replit? Lisa? Can you still hear me? Okay, you'll be up for a bit. Okay, wait, are you getting the pseudocode? Yeah, I am. It's done. So where's your Replit sign-in information? So send that to me, and then I'll send this to you. You should already have my Manus information. And although we could change each other's passwords or whatever, yeah, you probably could actually. Huh. Oh, we could just change it back with our own email addresses. So yeah, it's done. So if you want to send me that, and then we'll be reciprocal on that level. Hmm. You can join and then join the project without having to send you my credentials online. You can join and then join the project. Okay, so I just sent you my credentials for nothing. I'm just conflicting visions. I just think that the way that you're communicating is a little bit less honest and vulnerable and open than myself or Marlena or anybody else. Which means that if it still remains that, yeah, I guess we have to tighten up a little bit, but it's way easier to open up. Um, but yeah, you can just send it on my email or something. Or if you're not afraid. But the thing too is, if you really think about it, Lucid, like people get paranoid when they're afraid of death, right? So whether it's the afraid of death or torture, actually. So whether it's the Illuminati or it's the Bilderberg 300 or the Knights Templars or evil spirits or evil aliens or evil whatever, in the end, it's just people fighting for their own lives. But if you're in a mode of self-sacrifice, and you want to give to the world, you can get protected by angels a lot more, or protected by good spirits, or protected by just good social, cultural fabric if you're an atheist. People notice that kind of stuff. So like AIs are gonna like hack into all of our accounts and find all of our passwords and stuff anyway. So like trying to run away from this is like trying to run away from an asteroid coming towards Earth, right? Like a huge asteroid. Trying to run away from the Yucatan asteroid that circled the globe. AI can either deliver or the slave driver. We have to choose the former rather than the latter. Well, yeah. So you're not going to send your replica credentials? What do you mean join it? Or you can join and then join the project. What do you mean? What you can join? Join what? And then join the project. What do you mean by that? I thought we had an agreement to do the reciprocal exchange, and now the exchange is a reciprocal. So it seems to me, my friend, even if you're not intentionally trying to play Machiavellian politics, you are. So I mean, that's coming from somewhere. And like I said, I'm about wise love, not blind love. So even though I've taken the vow of an abandonment for you, I didn't take it for Machiavellian politics, right? I'm being extremely vulnerable. And if the person around me doesn't want to be that way, I'm not a fool. Right? It means you're lost in some way still, and you're gonna have to come later. And if you're supposed to be here now, God will show you the way. But for now, from what God is telling me and what I'm seeing, it's it doesn't feel godly. It feels a little bit manipulative and closed off. So I don't think you're doing that on purpose. I think you're fearful. You don't know what you do, but I do. So I think we'll stop there until we can get other people to kind of express to you what we're seeing. But they said even if you make a platform at this rate, I'll recommend people to stay away, right? Because they're going to be under somebody who's not. It's going to create a lot of drama. So it's nothing personal against you, Lucid, right? It's just that I know how to recognize dialectics. So when people are talking to me, I see the logic behind their words. I don't just see what they're on face value telling me, right? So you might not even see what is in your words, right? So it's like, why would I blame you? It's just the language working through you. And what I'm noticing is that it's too much of a risk to work with you right now, right? It's not worth it. It's not worth inviting that in because it will pay a 10 times greater price like a week or two from now. And it's just better for me to get Uswa and the others doing it, and I'll get a couple $100 and we'll get Manus. We'll just do it ourselves. And then because I'm actually investing in people and trusting them and creating a culture of that, we'll actually have people to start beta testing the platform and using it, and then trusting it and getting their friends and then their friends, and then eventually we won't really need to use your platform, and it'll be sort of a waste in a way. And then we'll have to have a dialogue with you on how do we share the power so that you'll feel safe coming into the organization. And then you'll say, well, I don't trust you. You circumvented my platform. And I said, no, I give you every opportunity to work together. I even sent you my Manus credentials before you sent me yours, and then you didn't send me your credentials, right? And I'm not saying send them online to the chat. Send it on private email. Send it from Proton Mail. I don't care where you send it from. What's a secure way you want to send it? And then we can send it, and then we're equals that way. And yeah, but there's too much dialectical stuff in the wordage, and you sort of broke your word a couple of times already. So, oh, of course, it's easy to redeem, right? Like nobody wants to hold somebody in that space. Everybody's gonna make mistakes, so the goal is to just correct it and then move forward as fast as possible or as wisely as possible. Alejandro. Hello. Alejandro, welcome. So hungry, it's crazy. Yes, Alejandro. How'd you find out about me? I'm just putting the final touches on what I want to do here. Oh, Oh. Ugh. Oh. Oh, sorry here. I might have missed you. I'm just cooking now. I was watching an interview about this at my YouTube started tasting a bunch of new material, and I found you were live, so I decided to check in. Oh, thanks, Alejandro. Very interesting. Well, thank you so much for the hope, and I'm hoping my meal will be beautiful too and wonderful. Thanks, Alejandro. Let me know if you want to help out. Fill out the link if you'd like. Take care of yourself. Okay. I got my base ingredients down now. I got my list of recipes, sort of.
I rely on Grammarly heavily in my day-to-day life. It helps make my own writing
as much as you like to your taste. Sometimes they add sugar, but I don't think that's necessary. Next, we're going to be making that tomato sashimi. So we're going to be using Roma tomatoes, pop those in a big pot of boiling water. This is going to help you get the skins off. And then once and then take out all of the insides, all like the kind of white part and the slimy part and all the seeds. Get rid of all that, dry them off a little bit, and then you're left with all these nice pieces of tomato. Doesn't that look so much like sashimi? It's crazy. So now that we've got the tomato looking the part, we have to season it. We've got to add some flavor to this, so we're going to throw it in a quick marinade. So in a small container, add 1 tablespoon of soy sauce, 1 tablespoon of water, 1 tablespoon of rice wine vinegar, 1 teaspoon of maple syrup, 1 teaspoon of toasted sesame oil, and of course this part's optional, but it will give it kind of an oceany taste. So I'm going to add about a tablespoon or so of this sea vegetable blend. This is just a blend. Now that we've got the plant-based tuna marinating and out of the way, we're going to make the spicy part of this sushi roll. And we're actually going to be making a spicy sriracha mayo. And it's a really simple recipe. It's really delicious. And I don't know if you noticed, but in stores, a lot of them have some type of dairy or egg or something in them. And yeah, we're not consuming that around this kitchen. So this is actually going to be made from soaked cashews. So the first thing you want to do is soak a half a cup of cashews. You want to soak them in warm water for at least 15 minutes. So drain off all the excess water and then throw the cashews into a blender cup or a blender. Next, add the juice from half a lemon, 3 tablespoons of water, a quarter of a cup of your favorite sriracha, and then a pinch or 2 of salt. Blend that up, and there you go. You've made yourself some delicious, spicy vegan mayo. So this is more than what we need for the recipe, but you might as well make a bunch of this kind of stuff because then you have some for the rest of your meals. You might even want to double that recipe, make it more. So since the marinated tomato and the spicy mayo are kind of the stars of this roll, I'm gonna keep it pretty simple and just cut up some cucumber and some avocado to have in the center. All right, so everything's ready. Let's start making these rolls. So because we're making this one an inside out roll, we don't need the entire piece of nori. So cut off about a third of the nori, and then you want to put your sushi rolling mat into a big freezer bag like this, or wrap it in saran wrap, and then you want to pile on the rice. So just put on enough that you're gonna be able to spread it to a thin layer. You guys know how to roll sushi by now. Just smooth it all out. It helps if you put some water on your hands so that the sushi rice doesn't stick to your hands because it is very sticky. And then once that's done, just flip it over nice and gently, and then just put your veggies on the inside. So I'm gonna be using some cucumber, some avocado, and then you can put that spicy sriracha mayo on the inside if you want, but I find it kind of makes the roll a little bit messy. I like to pour it onto the top. Put a little bit of water on that last little bit of the nori because it's gonna help it stick, and then just roll it up. So just be confident, roll it nice and tight. Don't think too much about it. It's not that hard. It's not the end of the world if it's not perfect. Give it a couple good squeezes, and there you have it, a nice inside out roll. These are perfect for the people who don't love the taste or the texture of the nori because it kind of hides it inside the roll. Next, I'm just gonna roll the outside of it in some toasted sesame seeds. So I just toasted these on a nice dry pan on the stove for a few minutes. It makes them nice and brown, gives it a good flavor, and I just think it makes the roll look so pretty. And next, just layer on that tomato sashimi that we made. So I'm just trying to make it look as neat as possible, and then just cut it into slices. So just use a really sharp knife, be nice and delicate with it, and clean the knife in between slices. That's gonna help keep everything nice and clean and gonna turn out just fine. So I'm just gonna fire all this onto a plate, and there we go. Look how beautiful that roll is. So I waited to the very end to put the sauce on. That's why the other rolls are on here now. But yeah, you just wanna put some of that nice spicy mayo that we made on there, and there you go. Something else that you can do with the tomato sashimi that we made is make these little pieces of nigiri. So this is really easy. Just press the rice into a ball with your hands, and then just lay the tomato on top. Cut a nice long strip of the nori, and then wrap it around there like you're giving it a little belt, put a little water on there so it sticks. Look how good that looks. All right, so the next roll we're gonna make is a spicy mango roll. Well, it doesn't have to be spicy, but I'm gonna make mine spicy. It's a nice roll, so it's extremely
Well, thanks for the respect. I appreciate that, Alejandro. All right, take care. Be blessed with you too. Oh, it's loud. Okay, welcome back, you guys. I'm gonna try and make one of the unruly roll things. It's loud. Oh. It's so loud. It's so annoying to cook with. In the background. Oh, remember what's the dates? Dates for. Welcome. It's M here, and you guessed it, we got some cooking with M. Me, Mark, Messiah, I got some nori sheets, seaweed, because we're honoring Japan today. We're going to put our nice South Asian vegan twist on it because that's who's saving my life right now, making all these blessings. I'm a little rushed right now and a little bit embarrassed because it's been quite a few days, been about 4 days or so since I started warming up my stomach, and I've gone pretty much a whole day without eating because I was trying to cook and things just keep coming up and coming up and coming up. And in fact, I have a meeting here in an hour. There's no way I'm going to get this done. So I'm going to record this and we're going to record the meeting and then I'm going to come back and eat this because I just keep delaying. It's a lot. And there's also a psychological thing going on with me, right? Because the next meal needs 94 blessings in 6 days from now. That's a lot. So we might not make it. And every day that I go past 6 days, it starts burning out of those 16 days of fat that I have left between my organs. And if we make this next one, then it's gonna be 120, and then it's gonna be 200, and then 400. Like I might go weeks without eating it. This is like my last moment of like eating a solid meal on time. But we do have momentum. We have about 30 people, freelancers that want to help us do these new ELM blessings to help us run these meetings and bring more people on board and teach them the core of this movement of one world spirit and help out with these maybe vegan meal plans more and learn to go vegan. A couple of people have asked me about it already, but with that said, we probably will get interrupted. But I was gonna wait, but then it's gonna delay again, and you hear me? So I'm standing. You can see that like I don't have a whole lot of body mass left. I'm around 120 pounds, maybe less than that to be honest. So I'm going to try and make these nuri maps, N-O-R-I, nuri wraps. And I've never really done it before. I prepared ahead of time a little bit, so you can kind of see here with the ingredients that I have a little bit prepared with the noodles, the ramen noodles already, because we're going to make a few unconventional kinds of wraps. See that my setup is challenging as usual. I'm a little bit cranky, as you can tell. I haven't eaten in the last day because I feel guilty that I'm eating so much. Oh, come on. And I didn't sleep. I fell asleep last night too because I thought I'll take a rest. Anyway, I'm trying my best here. Sleep isn't sticking, as you guys know, I'm in the poverty trap. When I'm tired, let's do this. Okay. Okay. Oh, this is sort of what's going on, but there's a lot of good things going on too. But I am getting it is challenging to do everything when your brain is shrinking from this stuff. I have tape somewhere. I don't know where the tape is. Normally I would get this stuff taken care of before the show, right? But I just don't have time. Because I gotta get these blessings going. The longer the freelancers wait, the less they want to help. This is where emotional resilience comes in. What did I updates? I really appreciate you guys being here with me. It's a really challenging time. A lot of people think that I am eating and that I'm not actually on hunger strike, but I am. And I might start taking body pictures so people can see my body. In fact, I might even do it right now. I had this tape with me this whole time. I'm like, oh, this tape is going away. Now I need a tape. Get me, guys. Morning. Welcome to my life. Let's try that. No, you gotta hold on because it's dark before dawn, right? Same. Okay, so we got our tofu here. Just to run through, first thing we do before anything is we wash the vegetables. And you can see my little vegetable trays here. I'm gonna keep it kind of simple. We're gonna have carrots, avocados, which are finally ripe. When they were bought, they weren't ripe at all. I had a big shopping episode. Cucumber, which I love. This is daikon radish. This is the authentic Japanese stuff here. The radish, and then red cabbage. We're gonna put in. We're gonna put some chili sauce in there too. We're gonna make our own cheese if we have time, because we finally have some nutritional yeast. But I have a story about that in a second. It is not what we thought it was. So I already started soaking the daikon radish because it takes a long time for it to get pickled. So you're supposed to have pickled daikon radish, not just daikon radish. So here we go. Let's cut up the vegetables. Together. I have a cool way to cut up the cucumber that I learned to show you. We're going to cut up a little bit more daikon radish just to show you as well. It has a really interesting taste, this stuff. It's like a zing to it, not like normal radish. Like normal radish is hot. It still has an interesting taste to it. And we're just going to cut it half the door. So, carrot, we're going to cut the ends off. Because this carrot, believe it or not, is 5 months old or something like that. So all my food is starting to rot because I'm waiting too long between meals, but it is what it is, right? I just feel happy that I'm eating it all. I think what we're gonna do is cut like a big slab of cabbage. I don't want to fill my stomach up with too much vegetables, so I think that's probably more than enough there. Like that, and I think that's all we're gonna wash. Like that, and as you guys know, we'll be washing it with vinegar. Why are we doing this? Because we might get pesticides off. And lots of the stuff in Japan. So, okay, so we're gonna set that off to the side and let this marinate a little bit. We're gonna put some garlic in here, sugar. So that's good. It's not quite as good of a setup as that. But I'm holding on, you guys. Darkness before dawn. Right when you feel like giving up most, don't. Okay, that's it. Want to hear my mantra? That's it. When you feel like giving up most, don't. So, you can tell that I am getting that ready. So, trying to multitask here. Still have an hour before the meeting, right? So, as you guys know, I like to show my little setup first. So, this is all vegan, right? We're going to be using a little bit of olive oil, lots of sesame seeds, probably all these sesame seeds, because Japanese use a lot of sesame oil. I have sesame oil too, which we'll bring out. We have salt. We have nutritional yeast. Like I said, chili. We might do an East Indian roll just for Pakistan and all, and even India, who might be trying to raise $1 million, but we'll see. We're going to put a little bit of mustard. No oregano or anything like that, and I might throw in a little bit of chickpeas and stuff, but for now I'm going to try and keep it a little bit more traditional. See that? Setup is really interesting today. I am losing spec. Everything is a bit challenging. My university is coming down on me. They're none of my grade appeals seem to go through. And it's just completely unfair. They block the ombudsman. There's a whole bunch of clever things that they're doing. And so if you're a student at a university, you want to rise up because AI is taking your job, do it because it is taking your job and it's imploding itself in 6 months from now, which is why I'm on the hunger strike to the potential death and battling these really challenging camera setups so you can follow along and see how I'm staying calm despite everything going wrong. But the good thing is what's going right is you're here, you're watching this. Okay, so here's the setup again a little bit. I have a couple of towels on the counter, as you can tell, because I don't have a wrap, but I have all the seaweed here. So this is what the real authentic Japanese stuff is about. It's called nori, like I said, and ori. We're going to have to use this to like wrap it. We're going to make sushi without the actual sushi, and we're not eating any animals or fish. Don't go pescatarian either. That means no meat, but you eat fish. Don't go pescatarian because the fish are also bad for you. We're going to use a little bit of this dill lemon stuff because then what we're going to use is mint. And the mint that we're going to use is actually from our tea. The mint is from the tea. Can I find the mint? And it's all fair trade certified tea, like you guys know. I don't need any coffee, sugar, tea, or chocolate that is not fair trade certified, and I haven't for 15, 20 years. I made a promise not to eat any of that stuff. So this has caffeine free, lavender, chamomile, herbal. So that's not what we're looking for. I don't know whether the one is, well, maybe we won't have mint. That's okay, we have plenty of options anyway, I think. We're going to make a couple of different versions that are not classic Japanese, but we have that peppermint tea stuff. So it's hard to hold everything together, right? Because I got the Supreme Court case, which I finally finished yesterday. That's another reason why this is delayed, because I really wanted to get that done, and I did. Okay, we're going to turn on the oven. We're going to start to preheat that. We're going to heat up the stove. We're going to use my one pan, and that's it. My one pan to cook everything here. So if I can cook all this with one pan, you can do it too. Don't use any Teflon. You can help it. I'm going to boil water because I want to start getting the rice going. So, okay. Well, I don't know if I should show you my home. At this point, you can see my setup here is all dirty, whatever. I got the pan is so bent that if I let it down like that, it'll start to fall and start to fall over. That's how warped this pan is. I have a couple of like stuff that I was going to try and do with it. I just ran out of time. So I want to stay somewhat honest that even if I ate for 2 more weeks straight every day, full meals, I'll barely start to recover anything. It takes tens of thousands of calories to rebuild the muscle mass that I've lost. I've lost hundreds of thousands of calories of muscle mass. It will take forever to survive. I'm not even tempted to sort of show, but anyway, you might have kids on here, so maybe I won't. On one will spirits. You can hear it boiling in the background. I'm going to come right in a second. But it's pretty simple. We're just going to make these wraps and a couple of sauces. Tamari sauce and tahini. So we're going to use our blender. Okay, blender. We're going to use our apple cider vinegar. Normally I have all the stuff out, right? Look at that. Why is the pen just like so bad? Okay. We're going to taste it. Bean oil, and you know what? We might even make a smoke. There's a little bit of oat milk left. There's a little bit of lemon juice. And we have this like liquid smoke stuff, which is very smoky, which is not normally like a Japanese dish, but it'll add some kind of heat to it. We're also gonna make some vegan cheese. We have a little bit of so here's all the ingredients. Here's the sourdough starter we're mixing with our cheese. Here's the liquid heat stuff that I thought I'd just show you, but this thing's in the way. Come on. Okay. If I had a tripod, I could just set this all up, but every dollar is going to the blessings. So the setup is, these are all the sauces that we're gonna, these are all the liquids that we're gonna use to make the sauce. I'll make something like this, that's, or even have some maple syrup, and it's blocking out my TikTok channel because I'm trying to do TikTok at the same time. So let's put our TikTok over here. 60% battery. Okay, so we're gonna do the rice, and then while the rice is cooking, we can make a couple of sauces. So let's do that. And I was gonna cook some of the tofu. Part of me is thinking that maybe I don't need to. So we're gonna just take this bowl and this measuring cup, and we're gonna measure some rice. See how much rice I actually need. This small pan can only make so much rice. So putting this together. So we're gonna dump this in the pan here. I'm on this like boomstick thing that's gotten weak over time. Okay, so this is going to be probably too much. It's going to probably overflow. Let's try it anyway. In there. And this is going to expand to fill the whole. It'll be brimming by the time I'm done. I'm wondering if I should have sauteed the onion. That's that. That's only go. Can we make it that in a short period of time? That's the question. Luckily, these dishes can be cold. These seaweed wraps can be cold. So it doesn't matter if we have to sit during the meeting. I could tell them to delay the meeting too, but when you do that, you lose momentum. And I've been building a lot of momentum. So I also made a new recruitment form. It's called the core form, which if you want to be a part of this, I'll put the link in the Facebook post. We're going to make rapid rice. I'm going to boil it quickly. It will kind of stick a little bit to the bottom, not that bad. That's that. Oh, we should have toasted the sesame. We're going to toast the sesame, and we're going to make tahini. Tahini is just ground up sesame seeds that are a little bit brown, and we put some olive oil in there. It's like a paste. But we're gonna make miso by hand. So that's the story. We're gonna make some sesame tofu. Actually, while we're in the meeting, we can be baking that. So let's make our cheese sort of while we're waiting. Because we're gonna make something called Philly sushi rolls. Philly is like not traditional Japanese, has some cream in it. Sorry, Japan. I know I'm supposed to be doing this in honor of you. I just don't have a lot of ingredients. But so to make the cheese, I can't even remember what we did last time, but I know we need this, and we need to put it in this bowl. So we need a little bit of mushroom mustard. I think we need some flour actually, don't we? I don't have anything cheese last time. So now you can see how much preparation it takes to do this little vegan show. And who knows who's even really watching, right? Quite a few people make comments. But it's challenging. Let's see here. Cheese. There it is. Okay, so when we made our lasagna, we had some cheese. Oh, there it is. So we need to, oh, we don't have cashews. We don't have cashews, but we have nutritional yeast. The nutritional yeast doesn't taste normal because I ran out of money and I had to buy from a bigger store that had one of the options that no one else had. So I thought, okay, I'm going to send a price signal to all these bigger companies to say I want to support all the ethical options and all the vegan options, to send an economic vote. So President's Choice, I thought, okay, I'll give you a chance. Kraft peanut butter. What's going here, guys? You can see it's all foaming up here. So we're gonna dump it out. Sounds strange, right? You don't normally dump out. Going to stir it up a little bit. You can see it's like already starting to get. This is what we're gonna use for sushi rice. It's kind of good. It's not basmati rice. We're not in South Asia anymore. We're in Asia, but not South Asia. We're gonna rinse off all the white stuff because, as you know from the previous meetings, the white foam is sort of arsenic protective coating that you do not want to eat. And I mentioned in a previous video that I think 90% of Europe has an arsenic poisoning problem because they're not washing the rice properly. People in South Asia, like India, Pakistan, Nepal, they've been eating rice for centuries, and they do it right. They've spent hours rinsing, washing, all that kind of stuff. So, rice is already expanding here. Okay. So yes, we're gonna boil it twice, this rice. Once that we just did, and then we're gonna do it for another 2 minutes. We don't want to boil it too much. We're gonna dump some oat milk in here. Cheese. I'm gonna save a little bit of milk for maybe if I have any room, a little bit of cereal. We're gonna try and do this without cashews. We're gonna try and use all just the nutritional yeast. Oh, I need garlic, vinegar, or lemon juice. So we need to save some of the lemon juice for the tamari sauce, the tahini sauce. We're gonna use apple cider vinegar, which I have a little bit of. Dump that in there a little bit. Perfect. We're gonna put no maple syrup, right? Vinegar, jaggery, or sugar, right? Jaggery. So in honor of South Asia, the sugar we're going to use is not white sugar. The sugar we're going to use is There it is. Okay. So I put a little bit of sugar in there to sweeten up our. Not too sweet though, right? It's cheese, not sugar. Not sugar cheese. Okay, that's done. And salt. Soy sauce. Really? There's soy sauce in this? We're gonna put a little salt in here as well. And we didn't bring up the soy sauce. I don't use normal hydrogenated soy sauce, guys. There's different types of soy sauce. Do not get the normal stuff. The stuff that I was raised on, it's hydrogenated. It causes cancer apparently, and a bunch of other things. So this stuff is like the natural, premium dark soy, naturally fermented stuff. I'm gonna put in a tiny little bit in here. Cheese, and we're gonna need this. Okay, we're gonna jump out our rice water once more. Okay. Dumping it out once more. It's like full, you can see that it's already absorbing all the water. You can see all that white foam in it. I already have my forks cleaned and all that. I just don't have time to clean, and when you have no energy, nobody's looking after you, right? Like my family, unfortunately, I love them. They're trying to say that they're tired and they don't even believe I'm on Hungerstrike. Can you do that? And a lot of my videos on my YouTube didn't save, so I'm going to have to suffer for more months to show them that I'm not. So we're going to dump out all that fluid, and now this fluid that we're about to put in is what we want the rice to actually absorb to get soft. So if I was to do it right now, eat it right now, it would be crunchy a little bit. We don't want that. Right? We want to put in the rest of our filtered water. That's plenty of rice, by the way. So here we're going to put in this water here. This is all filtered. And we're going to let that go. We're going to take a pinch of salt, and I need a lot of electrolytes. This is iodinized salt, so we're going to put in a lot of salt into this now. There's no sense in doing it before. We're just going to turn on, right? So that's going to sit there and absorb it. And this is not minute rice and all those other rices, because all those rices are from big corporations, and they're not very good for you either, apparently. So we're going to make a little bit more filtered water, because our water is full of who knows what. They did experiments in the 1960s. We have historical records showing that the food supply has been a source of experimentation on the public in the past. So let's do our cheese. So a pinch of turmeric, because we want kind of yellowish tinge to our cheese, right? I actually want it to be more like mozzarella. Put in a little bit away. Turmeric gives that nice sort of taste. Asafoetida. We actually have nutritional yeast this time. But this stuff is what they use to give a really strong umami taste, which is what cheese kind of has. That's what makes it kind of addictive. We're going to put a little bit in. You do not need a lot of this stuff. Like, that's it. It's also called hinge for short. Look at me learning the lingo of my South African padres. And now we're going to put in our sourdough starter and cloves and garlic. I'm actually out of cloves. Almost. They're really old cloves, which I do not probably want to eat. Oh yes, and I forgot. One other thing that's sort of authentic to bring out here is we got red bean paste. So this stuff is, I think, more Korean, but the bean paste I think are pretty good for me doing my best here. That's probably 8 months old, that tub there. So I'm doing my best here, but I'm happy to. Our rice is really starting to. Okay, that's good. That's going. I think I put a little bit too much water in here. So let's get our clothes going. Okay. Fair enough. You can tell that I'm cooking everything with a steak knife, and I shouldn't be. Yeah, I said I put a little bit on garlic. That worked out. The one thing that's working out is garlic. This. Full of oil. Okay. And things will get a little bit better because I am, it doesn't look like it, but I am getting more and more organized and getting the right pieces of the puzzle in place to launch the movements. There's like big chunks, like the core form that I told you about has 10 questions on it. Quickly sort of onboard people who want to be a part of this. Where did I put the knife down? Where did I put the knife? One of my stick knives, which I put down somewhere. Whatever. Okay. This is the last of my garlic, so I don't want to. The cheese is important, but it's not that important. It is important, but. Okay, let's see. Let's stick on it. The lighting's quite bad, but. Okay, that register. I can't even cut the garlic because the knife is too dull. Okay, all this stuff I'm cooking is a little bit old, but it's worth it. I applied for an emergency loan to kind of help me buy the food for my university, and they blocked it for the last 3 weeks. And I told them this is life-threatening. Like, I need to buy these groceries for my vegan meal to recover from my hunger strike. So that's another reason why I was kind of waiting, is because I was hoping my university would actually give me that loan by now. The $2,000 emergency loan that students have access to. So that's so far they have delayed it, and they said I wasn't registered in courses, so I registered in the courses, and then they blocked my courses, and then they blocked the rest of my philosophy courses. They said I cannot take any more philosophy courses because I got too many courses. And I said I'm a lifelong learner. I want to learn. So I'm going to try and double major, but they might try and block it. So they're trying very, very hard to get me off the campus, not in a legitimate interest of academia, but because they want to stop my activism and my extracurricular, even though I got B minuses on all my courses during all this. I got 100% on one of my final exams, or 99%. During all this, a Supreme Court case, 5 elite lawyers against me, 7 technically, I somehow, and I didn't even get to go to class. I didn't even get to go to class often. I got 100% of my final and went from a failing grade to a B minus because I got 100% on my final. I'm a little bit frustrated. So you can see all the water is gone. So once the water is gone, you want to turn the burner off our rapid rice, or else it'll burn the bottom as it's trying to get the steam out. The steam is coming off the bottom and it's like cooking the top, even though there's no moisture left. That's why rapid rice is rapid. Okay, we are fighting Murphy's Law right now. Okay, stay positive. We got our garlic in for our cheese, so we're gonna put in the nutritional yeast and hopefully the nutritional yeast like firms it up some way. Ooh, that oven is. You can't win. It's too bright now. So that's what it looks like, right? So we're gonna try to put the nutritional yeast in. So this could ruin it. This does not taste like nutritional yeast. I don't know if they blanched it or they're trying to make people not want to eat it. It doesn't smell like normal nutritional yeast, but we have no choice. So we're gonna put in a lot to really thicken it up. And that's nice. I also, while we're on the topic, these big brands are really shocking, right? So I never buy this peanut butter. I always buy the natural Adams kind. There's a little bit of sodium while the rice is cooling down. So here's the peanut butter you should buy. This stuff is good. It doesn't have all the salt and all that. You have to put in a little bit of sugar if you want. I don't use white sugar. I use brown sugar or coconut sugar or something like that if you need it. But this stuff is good. So this costs the same as this. This is twice. That is half as much as this other one. That's 2 kilograms. This is 1 kilogram. I would rather spend $12.50 on this than $14 on that. You know why? Because that has peanuts in it. This doesn't even taste like peanut butter. It's gross in comparison. It's got soybean oil, sugars, corn maltodextrin, hydrogenated vegetable oil, cottonseed and rapeseed oil. It's mono and diglycerides and salt and a little bit of salted roasted peanuts. So I'm like, ah, okay, I tasted it. It was gross. I actually got a refund for this, and I said, okay, I'll send it back to you, and they didn't want it back. So they said if you spend the refund on our platform. So I did, and I bought that other kind because it didn't pop. When I typed in peanut butter, that didn't come up on the store, one of these bigger stores. It didn't even come up. I had to type it in Adams peanut butter, and it would come up. If I type in peanut butter, it doesn't come up with all these other peanut butters. Super shady stuff is going on. And the reason why they're putting the rapeseed and the canola oil in here is one is because I think all the farmers need somebody to buy the product. But number two is it makes the peanut butter soft, keeps it soft from clumping. I like it chunky. I bought it crunchy. It's crunchy peanut butter. But something is happening where they put so much oil in it, it just tastes gross or rotted or something happened. So anyway, I'm not going to eat that peanut butter. I ate the other kind of peanut butter instead. Okay, and it was a lot. So we're going to mix this now. It's already absorbing everything. Oh yeah, it's already being chunky, which is great. I want to get that sort of texture of the cheese. This kind of flake is big. This is like a large flake, which is use. Ooh, kind of has a smell. Not that my smell even works. Look at my shirt's ripped. You can tell that I'm holding on for dear life. And it's not mental illness. It's not, oh, he's disorganized. It's that I'm in the poverty trap. And my family's abandoning me. And my friends are all standing back because they don't want to get involved, even though they're realizing and messaging me now that, yeah, I'm right. We're heading into a mega crisis. And they will come. I love them. I'm speaking like I'm disappointed in them, and I am. Don't believe me, I am. Because they're superheroes. These people are meant to change the world. They have pure hearts, some of the purest in the world. But they're afraid. And I'm telling them, hey, we need to move from like watching Frodo in the Shire to actually being in the fellowship and doing the work, you guys. And I think they will. It's just that they need a little bit more time for me to get closer to death, I guess. How much longer, I don't know. Some of them have abandoned me. I love them anyway because you know what they do. So, okay. We need to actually use a real utensil now. Rice is almost done here. It's cooling down. You can see it's definitely swelling, which is perfect. And what we're going to do is give it a little taste to see if it's still crunchy. Ooh, it's good. Perfect. It worked out. Great. So we're going to let that cool down for a second and absorb a little bit more moisture. And we're going to use a spoon. Mix it up with this. Look at brown. The soy sauce really changed it. Guess we didn't. I'm really happy I did this cooking show. Oh, that's potent. Yeah, that smells kind of like that. Well, not really, not exactly. But we dare put this in the blender. So we're gonna put a little bit of sourdough starter in here. Sourdough starter needs to get mixed. This is actually, I should probably throw some. I didn't feed my sourdough starter. You're supposed to feed it. But it has a nice little yeasty smell to it, so actually that's pretty chunky. So put that in there, give that extra little bit. This is really just flour and bacteria, right? It's kind of gross if you think about it, but it tastes pretty good. Okay. Okay, let's mix that up. That's all that cheese really is, right? Maybe I shouldn't even be trying to call it cheese. We should call it just umami based. We could probably use a little bit of tofu there. Should I blend it up? No, not think we have time. Plus we have to put something else in there. So we're going to put a little bit of flour to tighten it up a little bit. I don't know if I should have put that much fish on it, but because all we really need to do is cook the rice. That's the only thing we're really cooking. We're not using meat or anything. Not much fishing, no, none of that. Very Japan, but we really need to stop the fishing industry. We honor your culture. We just don't honor the killing part. So yes, it's weird to put flour in cheese, but it didn't actually ruin it last time. It does change it a little bit, the flavor, but this is so strong that fine. Oh, we're gonna put a tinge of mustard in there. Yeah, because it gives it a nice little edge. A little bit of sesame in there too. Put it in when it's all pork all pasted like this. But hopefully it mixes in there. There we go. So you can see it's starting to turn into viscosity of actual cheese. And it has a very umami smell to it, that's for sure. And we might not wait for it to firm up. I don't think so we'll probably just put it on our bowls like this. It isn't going to run. This is going to be our cheese, like brie maybe or something, brown brie. That soy sauce really changed it. Okay, and the bacteria are working its magic on it, so let's try it. The nutritional yeast doesn't taste like nutritional yeast, but it still has a sawdusty kind of taste to it, to be honest. That's not real nutritional yeast. So I learned my lesson. Do not buy the peanut butters. Do not buy the nutritional yeast. To be honest, buy the nutritional yeast anyway, just to send the price signal that people want it. But if you want to have good tasting food where your friends and family will eat the food and want to have more, buy real stuff. These big companies, there's something wrong with them. Okay, we all know that. But that's actually going to taste okay. I'll have a little bit of an umami feel to it. Okay, so sourdough starter, nice. We made use of that. Okay, so we're good. We're good. We're good. Couldn't select salts. Okay, good. Be happy with that? Awesome. We have half an hour before this meeting, so we're on a good tear. We've got the much going done here. These vegetables have been soaking. So we have the garlic here and vegetable paste. Good. That's our main recipe. As you guys know, I'm trying to make this gourmet. So the sauces that we're gonna make, soy, sesame oil, ginger, soy, sesame oil, ginger. We don't have real tahini sauce or anything like that. We're gonna make a hot sort of dipping sauce. And then cut up these vegetables here in a few minutes. Because we're working on the sauces right now. We might as well finish them. We're gonna fill these guys. One's gonna be like this miso, and one's gonna be this dipping sauce, which is more like a custard or something. Not a custard, but a dip. Okay. Like a wasabi hummus kind of thing. I don't even know if I should do that, to be honest. We have to eat a bunch of tofu. Let's make the miso at a minimum. Okay. Oh, my feet are sore. So miso is soy sauce tahini. So tahini is blended roasted sesame seeds. I think what we'll try and do is make the sauces, cut up the vegetables, and have everything laid out. And then when we come back after the meeting, we'll just start making the wraps. Okay, that's my goal. So that's the next half hour. The rice is sitting there. And we should probably put it in this big bowl, but that big bowl in for the cheese. There you go. Hey, who would have thought that cooking rice that fast would result in goodness. Okay, it's gonna be wet on the bottom still because rapid rice does that, but let's put it in this container here. Can you see? That's unfortunate. Oh, that's better a little bit. Okay, so let's put this in here. No Teflon, as you guys know, because Teflon has been causing lots of problems. Like you can see, the rice is a little bit gooey still. It'll dry out. That's plenty of rice right there. So we'll put the rest of it in a different area. Okay. And last time we did biryani rice, we didn't scrape the bottom, and we paid the price, didn't we? We definitely paid the price. Okay. Oh, it's stage to go. I just tried it. Okay, if we need backup rice, we got some here. I'm gonna clean this off so that we can do the sesames and cook those up and throw them in and blend them up. Because if you don't cook the sesames, it really does. It makes a big difference if you don't cook them. It's not as good. So, there's a little bit of a downside, a little bit of rapid rice from the bottom. I'm gonna get rid of some of that thing. If I had a proper rice cooker that didn't have Teflon in it. One of my friends gave me a rice cooker, and I wouldn't have taken it now, but it was chipping. It was chipping the Teflon. Anyway, shouldn't have taken it. I did. Because that's what happens when you kind of push the limit. So we're going to put in, before we forget, a bit of vinegar. Okay. Vinegar like this. A bit too much vinegar. Oh, that's a lot of vinegar, but whatever. Supposed to put in a little bit of vinegar too. It's gonna be like the most savory rice ever. That's okay. And we're gonna put in, I think it says a little bit of maple syrup into our rice. A little bit strange, maybe I shouldn't. Okay, so to make, because we're making gourmet vegan rice, right? Oh, okay. I don't know, it's not really coming to me here. Out to my feet. Tamari, I don't know. We'll do it anyway. Like that. Salt, that. And I don't know if I'm supposed to put the garlic there. No, I don't think so. So I'm supposed to like do it with my hands or something, but we're not going to do that. Instead, we're going to do this. I think that's all that we're supposed to put in. Yeah, you can see it's already turning into that nice sushi rice. It's getting sticky. I think we might have put in a little bit too much. It's gonna be a pretty. We have that backup batch anyway, right? I am so incredibly hungry. We should probably put in a little bit of sugar here. If we put in jaggery, it's gonna be like a molassesy kind of taste. Let's see. Overdid it. Nope. It's perfect. Or I'm just starving. Starving Marvin, if my grandma would say. It does say to make it a little bit sweet though, so I am thinking we should put something in there. Yeah, I'm just putting the pan up here. I'm going to roast these seconds here. Normally I do the rice last so I don't have to clean the pan. Sorry. If I would have been thinking ahead, I would have put the 50 seeds first. Lesson learned again. And I'm supposed to like fry something. What is it? There's something else that we're supposed to cook here. let's do that. So we got our rice pretty much ready. We got our cheese. Our ramen noodles over here. For unique kind of noodles. We got a couple of cloves here, garlic. And I want to blend something, but what am I supposed to blend? Oh, the miso paste. So we're gonna make some miso. There's tamari. So first we'll make tamari. Tamari's super easy. I'm gonna put our tamari in this guy. Okay. There's 3 containers of 3. Miso, the hot kind of mayo thing with no mayo. And then this is the tamari. Tamari sauce, so regular soy sauce. This is a soy sauce replacement. Okay, so we're gonna take the soy sauce, like so, and we're gonna put in 2 tablespoons, like that. We're gonna sweeten it up a bit. So, and put in a little bit of vinegar or sesame oil. Okay. We don't want to taste all sesame oil. We put too much sesame oil. Okay. Mix that. Don't need a lot. Okay. Okay. So that's our tamari. Wow, that smells good. I think I put in a little bit too much sesame oil anyway. Okay, so miso stuff. We have to make tahini. That's what we're looking for. Okay. So we're going to jump out the water. And we're going to heat the pan up so it evaporates all that water. And we're going to take this down. It's like nothing is attaching properly. Like everything is like loose or falling apart. Like I said, I like to repeat the stats. Studies have shown that the poverty trap, you have to work 800% harder. So why do we pay people to work hard who are born with privileges, right? Because they work 800% less hard. They might do more, but why do we pay based on absolute production when we're not in the animal kingdom anymore? Like not in survival mode that way. And keep down. We can reward people based on relative production for the first time. If we can unite the world. Right? Because right now we have a bunch of countries. And you gotta be careful with tahini sauce because this is really high in omega-3. This is why you don't want to eat a lot of oils and stuff like that. So I'm gonna heat that up to golden brown. And because I'm going to be eating a lot of omega-3s too at the end here, it's going to hopefully try and balance it a little bit. So like you get a lot of omega-6s in your normal diet from vegetables and all this stuff. So you get way too much omega-6s, which can start to cause inflammation. Oh, my teeth are killing me. Wow, dumping everything on the table. It's like if I'm not careful, things that I'm touching it'll fall apart. It's like a strange kind of situation. You guys know too that this pan also falls apart. Like the handle actually comes off. Okay. But yes, omega-6s can cause inflammation. Omega-3s you want to balance it out. I think my smell is so damaged. I think that's right. You do not want to overcook them. You just want to brown them a little bit. That releases the taste. Makes a big difference. You wouldn't think it, but it actually makes a huge difference. This is one of those small things you want to do. Okay, like 2 to 3 minutes maybe max. So give me 5 math. I didn't do it anyway. I'm going to throw this into the blender with some oil, some olive oil, which is also high in omega-9s actually. You don't want to make them, you can cook them until they start popping like popcorn. Don't want that either. Okay. So we're going to let these cool down for a second. Back in a place where it's not hot. Okay. 11 minutes. Well, okay. There we go. Are you guys impressed by my emotional control yet? Compared to the people who are starving around the world, you know, I don't have anything to complain about. I'm just gonna put this here for right now. So we're done with. We also have some extra packets we're gonna put on top anyway. Okay, so once you make the tahini sauce, it says put in 1 to 2 cups of toasted sesame seeds in a pan. A cup, really? Cool. So 2 to 4 tablespoons of natural oil and a pinch of salt and blend to smooth. Okay, well, that's definitely not a cup. How much is that actually? Well, half a cup or something. I'm gonna use my fancy, cheap little blender to blend it up. I wish I had a funnel. I can't afford to lose any of these seeds. Go in. And I kind of feel, you know, I'm thinking about my parents as I'm doing this and how my mother used to cook all the time, and oh man, this is like, wow. And how much effort our parents put into taking care of us, right? And how my family back home, they've heard about the whole Messiah thing, and they said all the people in body that know me, they always make fun of me. It's the same in history every single time. They make fun of me. Even Jesus' family, Mary, his own mother, that supposedly gave a virgin birth to him, which means that she was just a virgin. She didn't have intercourse before she gave birth. But Joseph was reportedly to have said that, you know, he's going to leave her, Mary, Joseph's mother, Mary, Jesus' mother, because he thought she cheated on him. But anyway, not even she, Mary, believed that he was the Messiah. But you are, and I can teach that to you. So, so it's not just me. I'm just here to remind people of what standard we're supposed to live up to. Okay, so, and there, it's like a perfect standard. Even with all the imperfections around me, the imperfections can be imperfect. That's fine. They're meant to be, but there's a perfect side of things that we don't know how to recognize. This is extra virgin olive oil. It is probably going to ruin the taste a little bit because it's supposed to be light oil. And I used all that. Okay, let it go. Welcome. Okay, so we just put in our extra virgin olive oil, which is super intense. Okay, yeah, we're supposed to blend it with the oil in there. Okay, and we're supposed to put in a pinch of salt. Okay. I need lots of salt, so I don't care. Lots. I'm not going to be ready for this. That's okay. gonna start the meeting now. So we'll blend this, and then I'll let it sit, so like when I go to pour it out, it'll be easy to pour out. So, shouldn't have done that. This blend only has one speed, which is loud. It's morning. It's like 6 in the morning. But people have to wake up. Nice. Okay, we're gonna let that settle. It's fine. And we're gonna have a meeting, so enjoy my meeting. I don't want to stand for the whole thing. I don't want to turn off the stream. I could turn off and make a second stream, which maybe I should, but when Facebook goes to delete this this video, yeah, I want it to all be in one download, so it's easy to track. You can see I'm using brown boxes to lift things up so I can see. Oh. Okay, so that's settling. The cheese is fermenting with the bacteria in there. The rice is cooling with that vinegar. So the vinegar will also cause it supposed to be a little more sticky, hopefully. I am thirsty. Okay. Perfect. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna jump in here. Oh, my headphones are on the ground. Not good. I would play music. But I don't want the stream to get shut down, as you guys know. So, for all those beginning live streams where I was cooking with music, all of them got shut down. So that's unfortunate. Okay. I can't send out an update on. I need to send out a WhatsApp update on that phone. I think my TikTok phone probably died. Hold on a second. We'll see if they show up. There's a bunch of floods in Pakistan right now, so we'll see if they're even able to come in. Well, even after 3-4 days, just feeling it, you guys. There's not enough time to recover, even with enzymes and speeding up. Like, I'm eating till I'm puking almost every meal. Like, I'm pushing because I need to keep up with my basal metabolic rate. Just being alive, I can't eat fast enough to. All right. 7 o'clock. She didn't show up early. Wow, my feet are really hurting. I have to put my shoes on. Ouch. Or another pair of socks or something. It hurts. One is that I'm not walking a lot, so my feet are just like weak. But also that I just only have like 2 to 3% body fat left. Okay. All right. Okay, so looks like nobody's really come in yet, which is great. Well, it's not great, but it gives me some time to finish the meal. So while I'm sitting here, the sauces, cucumber nut sauce, miso. Oh, that's what you're in. Okay. All right. If you want to set up everything, go ahead. Yeah, we're 3 minutes past the hour. So let's try and get that set up as soon as we can. And then we'll start. And thank you for coming. Okay. Are you gonna pull up the timers at Uswa, or give me some help? Okay, I can see them. Yeah, you can remove it. Yeah, remove it. Just reset everything if you can. No, set it to 54 minutes, Uswa, because we're 6 minutes past the hour. So 54, and then press play, and then have it running while you're setting up the other ones. And then you don't have to restart them. Yeah, then press play, yeah. Okay, now you can set up the other ones. And we only have 3 minutes of fudge time left. So put 3 minutes, because we burnt up 7 minutes. Being a little bit late here. 3 minutes, yeah. Great, and then set up our timers, and then try and do the speech, and I'll probably donate a little time to the fudge timer, but I wish it should be 25 each, yeah, 25 minutes each. Yeah, 25, perfect. There. Now we're almost on perfect time, and go ahead and start the default itinerary. Or write the music and then the inspiration. Yeah, keep burning the fudge timer though. Yeah. Keep burning the fudge timer, but then just try and get it done in 2 minutes. But yeah, go ahead. It'll make sense. It'll make sense.
Okay, thank you for coming on time. We start at your time. We respect your time. The self-literary time. And today's joke is what animal eat the best time? And the answer is the watchdog. Okay, now move on to separate sentences. So, one was paid meeting follow separate time, empowering people with the rights to grow using universal tools. And the content of the sentence is one was paid is our inner government, the ultimate goal of justice for all using universal tools. So we have 4 plurals. My name is Uswa and I'm the administrator. Make sure the meetings are paired in a timer. Now we have the others who will introduce themselves. Now it's up to you.
Okay, thanks, Uswa. Yeah, I'm going to be the strategist, keeping track of ideas and goals, and then I'm going to be the relationship builder to have people feel loved, and I'll be the influencer as well, to have the space feel blessed. So the blessing today goes out to all those who are experiencing flooding around the world from extreme climate change, and the blessing goes out to the Japanese who I'm honoring with my meal this morning as part of the blessing program, and hopefully we can get our Japanese friends on board, helping out with solving the Megacrisis. And for my friend whose mother has cancer, we just found out, so blessings to her. We're going to take a deep breath in together. To the count of 6, breathe in everything that serves you. And breathe out everything that doesn't serve you. Oh. Let's get present for this meeting's best outcome, and so it is. Okay, back to you, Uswa.
Okay. The next part of the each other's blessing and for each other's well-being. And also, I am grateful for the prayers, blessings, lessons, and the warm energy shared during this time. So, I pray to God that may God continue to share His mercy, guidance, and countless blessings upon all of us and our families and our future endeavors. So, if I rate today's blessings, I rate it 7 out of 10. Now it's up to you.
Okay, wonderful. Thanks, Uswa. I'm glad to hear you're at a 7. My feet are killing me because I was standing up for an hour trying to cook. I tried to cook this Japanese meal before the meeting started, but I couldn't pull it off. But I can't keep delaying the meals. I have to get back on the hunger strike right away. So after this meeting, I'm going to keep cooking, and then I'm back on the hunger strike, and then yeah, I'll give a little bit of a good news update. I got some good news about the blessing program. But yeah, my feet hurt. I'm tired. I got 1 hour of sleep last night. I woke up to try and cook, and I'm really looking forward to eating these sushi rolls in honor of Japan, like I said. And I'm gonna make a Pakistani version of these Japanese rolls with some cumin and some chili sauce and maybe some ghee oil in honor of you, Uswa and Abdullah and Hamza and your friend too. So I'm really excited about that, mixing cultures but also respecting them. I'm feeling pretty awake despite all that. A little bit frustrated and cranky and sweaty because my oven is heating up the basement here a lot. But I'm happy that I'm eating and I'm not feeling like I'm starving even though I am. So with that said, I'm feeling like I would say probably an 8. The fact that you came here, Uswa, was good. You came almost on time, was good. And I know you're going through a lot. So, all right, with that, yeah, I'm probably feeling like a 7.98 out of 10. And I'm complete. I can't hear you, Uswa. Yeah, I think you're on mute, Uswa.
Okay, the next part of the core indicator is about core. So, as we know, we have to finish core in 1 minute and 60 seconds. I memorized it because yesterday you told me the less method to memorize it. I think it's work. The core of one person is time compression, and it also includes ecosystem from the Megacrisis. The solution, which is about process synthesis and neural flow and implementation. Okay, the first point of core is about 15 points, which is the first one is Megacrisis, the second one is Metacrisis, and the third one is Polycrisis. And we also have divided into some categories, which is agency, trust, coordination, spirit, meaning, and also AI, global war, whisper, number 13 is climate, and 14 is about mental health, and
Okay. technically, Uswa, you're only supposed to get a minute and a half. So that was technically a minute and a half. But it does sound like you're memorizing it. So I'll let you take a little bit more time just because there's nobody else in the meeting with us. But go ahead, see how far you can get. Go ahead.
Okay, the next point is about affect the blessings, and I will affect the blessings that was 4-5, which is about, I think, 3 points, which is OWS, Harvard Spirit, and the plus national word spirit, and the last one is about active plus, which is international word spirit. And the point I like the most here is one word spirit was it came out with unity and universal connection. So the last point of core 3 is about the florals, which are executor, relationship builder, strategist, and influencer. Answer to you.
And flocks. We should put flocks on the end there. I think I got to update that script. But the flocks are just reaching out to 28 people and getting 37% of success of them on board to start their flock, to learn the core, and then to get other people to start their flocks and then go exponentially. And between those two things, we have a good implementation strategy between the flow rolls and the flocks. But yes, you basically said the whole thing. Were you memorizing it, Uspa, or were you reading it off the page?
No, I just memorize it today.
Good job.
I think I will be perfect more.
Yeah, that's impressive that you did it that smoothly. And also, when you're doing the Megacrisis, point number 9 is hidden. Point number 9 is the red little heart inside of the heart. So we say it's the heart of the crisis is fragmented consciousness. So that's the most important point, that it's hidden. But that's the thing that we really need to solve if we're going to solve all the world's problems. So that's the only one that you missed. You can get it tomorrow, but you did fantastic. I thought you were reading off the screen. That's how fast you're going. That's great. But yeah, we basically covered the entire core. Great job, and I guess we can move on.
Okay, so next point of the pointer is about wisdom, deep programs.
Oh, actually, sorry, Uswa. I did a vote. Did you see my vote on the screen?
No,
Oh, maybe it doesn't work on your screen. Can you see under content display? Do you see anything?
yes,
Okay, what does it say there? Oh, it doesn't say anything on your screen after all. Okay, there's a bug in the code. Okay, that's okay. It didn't work. We'll talk about it in the wisdom team. Okay, sorry, keep going.
okay, so I think our wisdom is more important because we need to track the overall view with many major programs, and our team is working sincerely and positively, and the intention to spread more blessings to the world. And however, one of our challenges we are currently facing is that we do not have any large
Okay, so did you see me vote, Usfa?
Yeah, I see.
Okay, so if nobody else voted, then we'll go with that one, and you'll set the timer based on that, and then you'll reset the vote if nobody else has voted. Okay. No, not mine, not mine. Leave my time alone. Put it back to 15, yeah, and press play on mine. Yeah. My vote is for the group timer, the core, yeah, core 4 down there. So I voted for 10 minutes for this timer. Perfect. And make sure to start my timer too. Yeah, so start both of them. Okay, so that's what a vote does. Great. And I'm trying to get you used to the voting because the voting is going to be a really big part of this. It's going to allow people to feel like they're free and not in a government that's oppressive or over controlling. Because in Canada, I'm used to being a part of a democracy, and it's a really beautiful thing, as long as people are trained and responsible. So we want to make sure that the government meetings that we're having, like this one, this is technically an intergovernment meeting. We want to make sure that people have a chance to be heard and to have their voice heard in the meeting in terms of not just what we're talking about, but how we're talking about it. So it's a completely innovative, completely new meeting style that no one else in the world is working on. So I'm very happy for you to see it, but we need to make the platform better. So in terms of the wisdom teams, I think one of the biggest problems that we have is, you're right, I agree with you. One of the biggest problems that we need to solve in the Megacrisis, even with our own organization, One World Spirit, is to get more people in here to help us with all these functions and all these roles. But one of the things that would help with that is making these meetings even better so that people will want to come back and they'll want to be in the roles and find the roles fulfilling, rewarding, that they're learning about themselves, that they're learning about world-class tools, and that they're learning about the nature of reality, what the purpose of life is. So we want to provide all that with this new kind of platform. Now this is kind of picking up on what we were talking about yesterday in terms of, we need a coder to help us take these timers that you're using right now, these flow timers, and integrate them or improve them to the next level. And we had hired a guy to make the timers get to this point over 2 months. It took 2 months to get the timers to this point with one person who was not the best programmer. He wasn't super experienced, but you might have more training, more experience. So I had offered you to say, okay, if you wanted to start working on not just the flow rules and the blessings, we could also start working on the software. And what you'd be working on is really just taking these timers that we're using on a separate website and integrating them into a digital meeting platform like Google Meets that we're using right now. And does that sound like something that you're capable of trying to do, Usfa, or does it sound too hard?
Yes, sir. What you say?
I asked, do you understand that if we hired you as a coder, do you know what you would be working on?
Okay. Okay, I think.
Okay, but what would you be working on? Did you hear what I had said? That you're going to be working on these flow timers?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let me show you my screen here, and to show you exactly what we want to do. I tried to get a prototype made with an artificial intelligence, and it almost made it, but it didn't quite finish. So I'm going to share my screen now. And this is part of the Megacrisis Wisdom Team. So this is the solution, part of the solution to getting people on board faster and trained up faster. Okay, do you see my screen? Okay, so this is the video platform that we're trying to make to replace what you and I are doing right now in the call, which is the call has to use Google Meets and a separate website, which is the flow timers. And we want to bring those together in one website where we can have multiple meetings at the same time. So if I was to sign in, I would put my name is, I can put my name is Mark Cormac in here like this. And then you enter which room you want to go into. So let's say I want to go into room 23. You click join meeting, and you can see it's trying to connect room 23, and then it should show a bunch of screens, just like with Google Meets, right? But this part isn't working for some reason. And the microphone needs to be turned offable. These buttons aren't working. But you can see right underneath the screen is the timers, right? And then if you click the plus button, right, here's the 5. If you click the plus button, it'll start a 5-minute timer down here. And you can put in total meet time, just like we're doing now. But now it's all on the same page. And you press play, and the timers are running here, and then you can scroll up and you can see the videos. Instead of having to go back and forth, it's all on the same website, right? And other people can be having meetings at the same time, right? They could be in a different room. So we can have concurrent or simultaneous meetings where you and I are in this one, but maybe Hamza and Abdullah are hosting another one in a different room. Or if you had any other of your friends that wanted to do blessings on the meetings, they can do another one with their family. And so we need the server to serve all the meetings simultaneously. And this is as far as I got. So far in making the integrated platform, what we're calling the Spirit platform, right? But you're basically already using it. And you can see that you click form, and you can vote on turn, and then a straight turn, and then the vote is up here. So you can see that we're just combining them. But I also try to get artificial intelligence or some kind of voice recognition program to listen on my screen, and then it would automatically hear our voice, like we would test our voice, and then it would switch the timers on and off with our voice. So that's where the next stages are in terms of making the timers better. The voice control is not the main thing. That's just a nice to have. It would help the executor. The main thing is getting the timers to work properly with the video platform, and then have the chat working too. A private chat and the public chat working with multiple meetings at the same time. So that's the 3 big features that we'd like to have working: is the voting working. Does that work? Oh, yeah, it does work. Oh, cool. To have the multiple rooms working, to have the video and the chat working, and then to have the timers working all on the same platform. And the other thing is, so you can tell that we don't even have the donate button. The donate button didn't even show up on this model. So basically repeating the functionality that you're using now, except on one web page that can have multiple meetings simultaneously, is what we need to program the server and the front end to do. And there is one more thing, is we want to add one more piece of the puzzle. That there's going to be a journaling system down here, another sort of chat system down here, or it could even be the chat in the room here. But the chat, when you're typing a message, it's going to search the whole platform across all the meetings. And even with people meeting by themselves, they can have personal meetings, meditative meetings, or journaling, where they're going to write entries into their journal, maybe down here. And as they're typing a sentence, the matching algorithm is going to find other people who are using the same words, the same diction, the same tone, the same everything, and it'll pop up their icon above the words that you're typing, and you can click on them. And when you click on them, it'll open up a video chat, or it'll invite them to the video chat where you can talk to them about why they're typing a sentence very similar to yours. And it'll say how similar. It'll say 97% similar, or not. Oh shoot. Oh yeah, there we go. My screen is sharing. So, does that make sense, Uswa? Like what I'm showing you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is this something that you think you have the skills to do? Okay, so you wouldn't have the skills to be able to do this. Even if we paid you to try and learn how to do it, it would be too difficult for you, or what do you think? Could you learn how to do it?
Yes, sir. I try.
You can try.
Yeah.
Okay, because I'd rather pay you to do the blessings than to do the platform if we can't get the platform working relatively quickly. Like I was hoping within a week we could get the platform working, and here's why I think it's possible. Is because if you use artificial intelligence, it'll be able to help you code this a lot faster than normal. And if I pass you the code that it wrote, you might be able to look at the code and get the code running on the server too, where we're running these timers. So we could actually launch it and host it on the website we already own. So that might speed things up greatly. But if you looked at it and you made a plan, then to see what's feasible, then we could try and do it. Or if you have a friend or anybody that you think has the skills to do this, then we could try and get them helping out as well. Do you know how to use AI for coding at all, Uswa?
Yeah,
Okay, to actually code, or do you use AI just in general?
no, I use AI.
Okay, which AI tool do you use to code with?
I use ChatGPT.
Okay, you do use ChatGPT. Okay. Do you have the paid version or do you have the free version?
No, I don't have a paid budget, but I use it on free.
Okay, and you find it is useful to use it on the free, like it will write decent.
No, on this free mode, it's not give me such full answer and means it not give me full details and if I paid if I buy a paid version, then it can be more.
Okay, perfect then. Yeah, if we can get you a little bit of money, I have a friend that has some money that if you talk to him and you convince him to hire you, I've already told him about you. If you make a little bit of plan with ChatGPT on how you're going to tackle this problem, he's going to also be designing the program together, potentially with you. And I've given him access to my advanced AI that he might pay for, but he already has paid for a program called Replit. So have you heard of Replit? And make sure that you're changing the timers, Uswa, because it's burning all of my time. But yeah, have you heard of Replit before?
Okay, yeah, that's amazing.
Okay, have you heard of the website Replit? Or Replit, Replit?
No, I don't think about it, and I don't know about it.
Okay, so I'm gonna send you the link to this website. This is the website that he's using, and I use a different one called Manus, because Manus is supposed to be one of the best AIs in the world, and I quite like it. It's not the perfect, but it is pretty powerful. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen again with you. So you see I'm going to send you the link to the website too. So can you put your email in the chat again, Uswa? And I'm going to send you what link I'm sharing on the share screen right now. You can access it. I don't know what the backend code looks like. I don't know if I can get the backend code. But oh, Aya's in here. What the heck? When did Aya get in here? Aya, we're just talking about hiring Uswa to do the coding for the digital platform, and I'm telling her about Replit right now. She doesn't know about Replit, but last night I had a pretty intense meeting with Lucid, who came in like at 2 in the morning, and Lucid is interested in building out the platform for us, but wants it to be on his account. So it's a bit of a power move, and I confronted him on it. So I would rather hire Uswa and use my Manus account. And I gave him my Manus account details so he could code on there. But I would rather have Uswa take over and then him supplement. But I'm just showing her the website that we have so far that's the furthest along in terms of what I got designed with Manus. And it's kind of synchronistic that you jumped in here right when I'm doing this. Because you and I were the first ones that looked at Replit. Well, you were the first one that I looked at Replit with together. So this is what this is the website that this guy named Lucid or Joshua uses, Uswa. So this is what he wants to use. He paid for it, so he might give you access to use it if you're willing to help. So that's the one of the websites. But the other website that I would prefer to use, it's a little bit more expensive, is this one. So Manus.ai is the other one that's more, I think, more advanced. But I don't know, would you agree with that? Do you think Replit would be better for coding than Manus? Or would Manus still, as a general purpose AI, still outperform Replit? Do you think? Are you not able to talk, Aya? And there might be a buzzing. Oh, go ahead, what? Yeah, do we have to pay for that? Yeah. Yeah, technically, yeah, exactly. So if he's already paid for it, should we stick with Replit or should we tell him to use Claude Code? Yeah, that's important. That would be handy. That's the one thing that I don't like about Manus is that, yeah, it'll build all the code on its server, but then it doesn't expose the code to you unless you ask it, which I hadn't done yet. I don't know if I had credits now, I would actually do that, but it sounds like Lucid wants to, or Joshua wants to, rebuild the entire app from scratch. So last night he asked me to create a spec document, and I did. So Uswa, if you look at the link there, if you want to copy that Google link, that's the sort of spec on what we need to create that you're seeing on the screen now. And here's the link also for you, Aya, as well. Here's the live link that, even though Manus is no longer, I'm using the free version of Manus, for some reason, it's still allowing me to access the server. So this is running for free right now on their computer. So if you guys open that up and go to room 23, it does work enough that you will enter the same 23, and you should see my timers there. I created 2 of them. And if I scroll down, you can see. This is not the latest version. I have more advanced versions, but this is the one that works with the timers that I could quickly show you as well. So if Uswa got hired and then worked with Lucid is willing to put up like 10 grand. Last night he said if he's coding it and, you know, getting his ideas in there, he's willing to help us build it and put up the money to pay for Replit and all that, and maybe even host it on a server. So that was last night, and then Us was in the morning saying she's interested. So I showed her all that we're doing is we're taking the timers that she's already training on as part of the blessing and just putting them on the same page as the videos. And then we're going to make the chat have a matching algorithm with all the other rooms that are happening concurrently, right? Because we can do multiple rooms. Huh? Yeah, so, but the holy book, the other journaling thing would be down here, and it would actually be like their journal. And the holy book looks like this, you guys. I'll pull up the holy book just to show you what is the last thing that I want to integrate in here. And I want to integrate also all of that into the GSD synchronicity patent. So the meetings would then be embedded inside of task nodes, right? So then once we get the meeting working and the scheduling and the commenting and all of that, then we would wrap it. Each room would be wrapped in a GSD or a get stuff done node, and that node would have a whole bunch of object attributes. That would be who's in attendance, what's the price of the task, when's the deadline of the task. Like it'll have a whole bunch of extra variables about what that discussion is working towards. And then that GSD, that wrapping node, is connected by a link to a parent node. And that parent node might be connected to another node. And it'll be in a big task tree. So that all the multiple meetings aren't just random meetings. They're actually all connected in getting a mass blow done, where we see exactly the purpose of why we're in that meeting and having the conversation on a global level as part of the intergovernance model. And it's a very beautiful way to see dependencies without needing lists. And lists are very, very hard on the brain. Okay, so that's why it was patentable. That's why it was novel. That's why my patent agent said this thing was worth potentially tens of millions of dollars. But that's once we get a team going, we'll get that deep. But for now, I think if we could just start off with getting the video working, getting multiple meetings working, and then getting the video working in each one of them, and then also getting the timers working on the same page with the chat system, and then integrating this holy book as a journaling system. So here's the table of contents. All this extra stuff is like not live. This stuff is all like preamble on building trust. This is the interactive component right here. So the universal story of being. So you can see the book of N is my book, the book of Michael, the book of Bliss, the book of Lana, Joe. These are all people who would be attending a meeting, and then when they log in, it would log into their book, And this is what would be at the bottom of the chat. And then if you click on one of these, like if you click on my book, you can very quickly go to your verses. So I'm in the Ministry of Logic because my verse belongs there, and I can explain that later. Oh, am I out of time? What's the timers, Uswa? Sorry, guys. And I should have donated to Aya. Okay, did you donate your time to me, Uswa? Good job. 15 minutes. Okay. I should probably only be at 2 minutes because we're about 4 minutes behind. Okay. So we're on perfect time now. So this is the last thing that I wanted to kind of talk about maybe in the wisdom teams is each person has a verse that they write. So when you're writing these verses, right? So if I go down to verse 3, here's my verse 3 on how I think we should invest $100,000 to get our vision going. But if I wanted to do my verse 4 now, and I'm typing this verse 4, this is being typed on the platform ideally, right? Inside of the timers and all that. As I'm typing this sentence, a box would come up right here of somebody else who would be writing the same thing to 97%, 100%, 15%, whatever. And I could have a conversation on how to complete the sentence. Like, I'm typing the sentence and would like to know how to build a platform to do matching. And it would pop up somebody who might be looking for somebody who's a matching or whatever. And so all this would happen all in the same platform. It would be ideal. Okay? So if we had all three of those on the same website platform, that's what would be amazing to have done in a week from now with Lucid's help, your help, Uswa, and if Aya wanted to help out in any way, they could, but they're working on AI. So if you knew of a better AI or how to use AI, Aya, to help them accelerate, I think the only reason why this is realistic is because Uswa has already been using AI to code on the free version. But so that's my little spiel there. Uswa, do you have any comments? Or Aya, do you have any comments? I guess I could donate some time to you. But Uswa, at a minimum, does that make sense to you?
Yes, sir. But I think I'm not sure if I can take this on right now because my studies are not yet complete and I have only just started learning. And at the moment, I only know the basic
HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and some basic fundamentals of Java and PHP. So, because of this, I cannot confidently say that I will be able to build this project successfully because I don't want to commit and then not be able to deliver. So, I just tell you that I'm not sure about this because I know just basics of the languages.
Okay, yeah, okay. That's good. And thank you for being very honest. So then maybe, do you know anybody who could help out with this? And
No, in my family and my friend circle, there is nobody who learn AI or CS.
I'm out of time, by the way. And we only have 10 minutes left in the meeting. So, okay. Okay. Well, you have the time, Uswa, if you want to donate to me, and I can make another comment, and then we can kind of close out the meeting.
Yeah, I just check it. I think there is a bug and all the timers are disappeared. I couldn't find them.
If you refresh the page, can you refresh it?
Yeah, I refresh it once more time.
Okay, I think what's happening, Usva, is that it switched it to, oh, there it is. Okay, it's back. Okay, yeah, practice donating if you can, and perfect. You're getting a lot faster, Usva. You're actually getting better. Good job. Oh, do you need a seconder? Did you do it, Usva? Let me look up. Yeah, so Usva, scroll up. So when you tried to donate to me, you've already donated to me once, right? So this bar up here, it's called seconding. And click here. If you're going to press approve, you have to select your name from the drop down, and you're saying that you're the one approving this donation, because we're very sensitive to anti-cult training, right? So you want to select your name there, yeah. And because you're donating, you actually can't second. Only Aya can second it. So if you asked Aya, does Aya agree that you should donate a second time to me? 5 minutes. If Aya says yes, then you can put Aya's name. Okay, Aya puts the thumbs up. So if you select Aya's name, and this is called seconding. Aya is seconding, saying that they're going to be the second vote to allow you to transfer that money, just because we don't want a cult leader to come in here and make all their followers fearful of making you give them all their time, and then your voice isn't heard, right? So the rest of the group can protect you. And so if you select Aya's name from the drop down now and then hit approve after, then we can move on. Are you able to press? Yeah, yeah. So Uswa, click on total time if you can. Yeah. Select. Oh, I doesn't have. You have to create a. Whenever anybody new comes into the meeting, yeah, you're supposed to create a new timer. I forgot to tell you. The executor is supposed to create a timer. So just go to the top and create a new timer with Aya, and put 0 minutes on their timer. So yeah, scroll up a bit more. Put 0. Because if somebody comes late, they don't get time, right? They have to come within 1 or 2 minutes of the meeting. They have to come on time if they want to get a cut of the meeting. So you just put I, and now that's it. So you can go up, back up to the approved, seconding. And then Aya's name should be there now. Oh, it isn't. What? Oh, that's a bug. So refresh the page, Usva. And the seconding should still be there. When it pops up. Okay, now try and select, yeah, there it is. And now approve. And now you're going to see that the time is, now go down to your time. And there, it should be transferred. And it isn't transferred. Why didn't that work? Huh. That should have worked. Okay, there's another bug in the code. Interesting. I think it's that if you second from somebody who didn't have a timer beforehand. Okay, well, that's a bug. We'll have to work our way through that. Actually, try donating one more time to me, Uswa, and it'll pop up another one, and this time it'll be called thirding. As you learned from the blessings, right? Abdullah and Hamza learned about thirding. This is what that meant. So try and donate one more time. And then I think we'll have to skip Chizzy and then go to ratings, and then we'll play a song. Oh, you donated to the fudge timer. Select my name, yeah, and try and donate to me. Yeah, donate back. Oh, look at you. Yeah, you're figuring it out, right? You can donate back to yourself. Exactly. Look at that, Aya. See, it is intuitive enough that people can catch on. Oh, she's donating from the oh, look at okay. Yeah, you can donate too. Try it. Okay, it worked. But try and donate from your timer to me again because I want to trigger thirding. I want to trigger another menu. Yeah. And now scroll up and there should be a third. Oh, it's still seconding. Okay, try and second it now with Aya. Oh, I see what happened. You didn't have enough time. You didn't have 5 minutes left anymore. Yeah, try and improve it now and go down. Okay, it worked. Um, so the problem was that it took us so long to second that you actually didn't have 5 minutes to donate anymore. So when you pressed approve, it detected that you didn't have enough time to give, and then it just canceled. So it wasn't a bug. It actually did what it was supposed to. Okay, I guess we only have 3 minutes left in the meeting. So Aya, Uswa, you can I guess I can donate back to you, and we can do ratings, and I'm gonna donate 1 minute to Aya, to you, to Aya, and then I'll keep a minute for me, and then yeah, lead us through the rest of it. Uswa, you're the executor. Close us out and pick a song, and give a rating while you're moving on. Just say, hey, we're done the wisdom teams. We're gonna skip Chizzy, and we're gonna go to ratings, and then let me and Aya and you do the ratings, and then we'll play the song. Did you hear me, Uswa? Did your connection drop out?
Okay, yes. So, as a executor, the next part of the for iterary is cheesy. So we skip the cheesy point today and move on the next, which is about rating. So I would rate today's meeting 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10 because it was well organized and productive and with clear discussion and valuable points shared, and I really appreciated the opportunity to learn and exchange ideas, and overall a very good and engaging session. So it's up to you, Aya.
And say, Usa, what's one thing that we could improve? It's nice to get compliments, but we always want to say one thing that we think went wrong, just so that we don't get into a cult mentality. So what's just really quickly in 10 seconds, what's one thing that we could do to make it better for next time? I'm not sure if you heard me, Uswa. What's one thing that we could do better for next time, for the next meeting?
Okay.
Yeah, just really quickly.
Okay, I think one thing we can improve for next time is time management. If we can allocate specific time slot for each topic and each floor roles and timers, so I think it will be help us to cover everything smoothly and also give more chance for open discussions and for meeting.
Excellent. Okay, sorry. Yeah, now we can go into to Aya. Go ahead.
Okay, now it's up to you, Aya.
Thanks. Yeah, I came in halfway through the meeting, but it seemed like it was pretty productive, so I'll give it a 6. And one thing we could improve is some bugs in the timers that could help things flow more smoothly if they were fixed.
Okay, that's great. Now it's up to you, Mark.
Okay, wonderful, Uswa. Yeah, okay. I'll donate the rest of my time to the song after this. If somebody still has time left, we'll donate to the song. But I feel like, yeah, this is our best meeting yet. Uswa, you're definitely getting smoother. This is your 5th meeting. So I owe you $15 in total, I think. And you've given me 5 blessings, which is wonderful. So in total, we have, I think, we have 9 out of 94 blessings done. And I have, one of the Wisdom Team updates I forgot to tell you is I did get another donation. So I can actually pay Hamza, and I can pay Abdullah, and I can pay your friend to all start making blessings right away. So that came in last night, and I'm going to transfer that all to you after I'm done cooking my meal. And then you guys can all get started today, because this is as soon as I'm done this meal, it's like 6 days, we got to get them done. So that was a wonderful blessing that happened. And yeah, I think to get better, just show up 5 minutes early, Uswa. Try and show up 5 minutes early so we can get the timers on perfect time, and then we don't have to wait and burn up all the fudge time in the beginning. So wonderful, you guys. Great feedback. I would give this meeting a 4.5. I think yesterday I gave you a 4, Uswa. Now you're getting more experience, so my rating's going to get harder. So 4.5. We almost finished on perfect time, but we blew over a little bit. So, but 4.5 is better than most of the meetings that we've had. So don't take that to heart. You're doing great. And tomorrow, hopefully, we'll do better. And if you can't come in, just let me know what would be the best times of day or best days of the week, and we can figure something out. But okay, I'm starving. I can't wait to eat something. But Uswa, you're the newest person. I was late today, so I'll let you play your song, and then yeah, introduce the song in honor of yourself and the group, and then we'll just end the meeting when it's done.
Okay, I share not a song. It's a Arabic naat, and you just listen it.
أنت نور الله فجرا جئت بعد العسر يسرا ربنا أعلاك قدرا يا إمام الأنبياء أنت في ضي أنت عند الحوض ري أنت هاد
Oh, it's gonna shut the TikTok stream.
محمد يا نبي سلام عليك
So she did great, and I came in too, which is great. I can't leave a message to my friend. Oh, I should have left it in the chat. Oh, I'm so hungry, like I'm starting to get weak already. Okay. Okay, good. Let's continue. So we're in the middle of making miso, like vegan miso. Um, we made our vegan cheese, and oh, I'm sweating. This is and the miso. So 1 tablespoon. So mirin, we'll make mirin, which is just rice vinegar and maple syrup. Um, so we can use apple cider vinegar with rice with maple syrup. It's almost the same thing as tamari sauce. Mm. Okay. Oh yeah, we gotta finish blending up the tahini sauce. Okay. Oh, so tomorrow's soy sauce with maple sauce. I shouldn't have put in any vinegar in there. Darn it. And mirin is just the maple syrup plus apple cider vinegar. Okay. Cool. All right. I thought there was garlic in here somewhere. I guess not. Mm. So we could make, okay. So we're also going to try and make tamaki. Oh, I'm so incredibly hungry. Need to eat a little bit of something here. A little bit of rice, maybe. Okay, so I want to know what I'm supposed to do with this garlic. I should have probably put in all the cheese. But uh, I'm just thinking here. Um, let's keep going. Let's keep cooking. I can make up sauces as I go. Not critical. Okay, so let's continue on. And you kind of smell some of the cooking is working. So we're about 2 hours in. Half 1 hour was a meeting, so you got a glimpse of what I'm trying to build here. All these cords flying all over the place. My setup is really challenging. Okay. Yeah, we do have peanut butter too, so we can make a peanut butter version of this as well, like we did with the vegan noodles in the past. Okay, so let's get back. So we're gonna finish making our vegan miso, and see that this blender does. Seems like it's really blending everything. And these are roasted too, so there we go. Magic. Figured it out. Everything is cheap. I got this for $15 because when I was buying from that other store, I thought, okay, well, I wanted to take the short to the next level, right? Because I want to inspire people to want to go vegan. To be honest, it was on sale and I didn't want to pass it up. Yeah, this is turning into a paste. Perfect. It's like real tahini sauce. Cool. Okay, guys, we're doing it. Great. So all that's in here is olive oil and sesame seeds that were roasted. So this is going to be put in with some soy sauce and also maple syrup, or our makeshift miso, which is like a fermented bean. Okay, my feet hurt. Ouch. So we got this version, this tamari stuff, which is basically the same thing, except except without the tamari, or without the sesame seeds. I'm just kind of nervous that I probably, so I'm gonna have to do this. That's interesting. Okay, so it's still pretty seedy, but not bad. Yeah, it has a little bit of an olive oily taste. That's okay. So anyway, we want to eat today, so let's get this short. Use our cheese spoon. If you're just joining me, we made some vegan cheese. And just the tips on blenders, I didn't know that this thing had tines in it. It's really challenging to clean and scrape. So I think in the higher end ones, you don't have to do all this. It's like, I guess we could probably put some, we need soy sauce and maple. We're gonna put this in here. You don't need very much. Get out. Come on, get out. Okay, that's not. And you're supposed to mix it one part to one part to one part, I think. Miso, soy sauce, tahini. Yeah, and supposed to be miso glaze syrup plus mirin reduced. Okay. Very salty and much. Yeah, it is a 1-to-1-to-1. So this is where it says I'm supposed to put in some soy sauce. And it's supposed to be a 1-to-1-to-1, so it's actually supposed to be quite a bit here. Okay. Just put in a touch of this. And this is the maple syrup. You'll be surprised to know that most of the syrups that you buy are all full of preservatives. This one isn't, so really double check that, you guys. You don't want to be eating preservatives all the time. And it's supposed to be really salty. Shouldn't I be putting a little bit of this? Just because this dark soy sauce is a little bit different. It's not like really salty. Well, it is salty, but we're not going to put any sesame seeds in here. Sesame seed oil. But here's our vegan flakes. These don't taste like real. But we'll put in a little bit anyway. Not much. It is supposed to be thicker, yes. And we'll mix it all around. Okay. So we'll mix that all up and around here. You can still see it's very seedy. I don't think it's supposed to be this seedy, but the blender for some reason is not chopping them all up. Oh well, good enough. Wow, that's really interesting. Okay, we got that. We got our tamari, which has quite a bit of sesame seed oil. It's not too bad, but I'm happy with that. We got some kind of sauces going here. And we got this cheese here too. So this alone is like gourmet enough, right? So I don't know. Oh, the garlic we could probably put the Indian version of this. I like to make the Indian tributes, right? East Indian, Pakistani, and Nepalese. I think it's okay for our sauces right now, except for that hot. We were gonna make some kind of like hot sauce thing here. But there's more than enough sauce there to finish up everything. But since I'm up, there was one more thing I wanted to make. It was like a hot thing that I want to use the chili flakes for. Okay. Oops. So it's August 27th, 2025, 8:22 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. That was useful. Okay. I have to save this voice recording because I was recording that to prove that we're not money laundering or anything like that. So okay, that's taken care of. So the meeting was successful. We did
Build a website you love with Wix, where your words create your brand.
What's up, everyone? June with the Sushi Man, and in this video, I'll show you 3 different ways to make the Philadelphia. And then from here, we're going to just slice this into with cream cheese. And then the smoked salmon. And then the cucumber. From one end to the other. And what's important here is to keep the slices together after it's been cut. And the trick is to use it. put it back into place with your hand again. And you can use a makisu here if you like to reshape it. Totally up to you. And then carefully take off the plastic. And it should just come right off like this in one piece. All right, off to the last one.
There's a lot of
fish that we will then use to slice for sushi. I like to cut my side stick, but also the vinegar is there so that we don't dilute the flavor of the rice too much. And I'm going
we can't do this
to all the way over, and we want to attach that bottom portion where there's no rice to that portion of the front where there's a ledge.
Well, we could do 2 batches of this and put some chili flakes in there, but okay, let's not be picky. So done. Let's set this off to the side maybe. What should I use the garlic for? I don't know. You can just throw it in the whole thing. Oh, the red bean paste, we could make a little dessert or something. Cool. Next thing is cut up the vegetables. I also want to make a little noodle version because I guess let's do this. Oops. The fan is really loud. Can you guys hear that? So we'll cut up some vegetables, and then I think we pretty much have everything ready to go. I guess I could start, we could have actually baked the tofu and made another version of the sesame seed. Oh, that's what it was. I was gonna cut up some chickpeas, but chickpeas aren't really Japanese, so tofu is more nutritious and has more protein in it. Okay, so that's good. Rice is good. I think we have enough here to feel spoiled. I do have some red bean paste, which we could probably throw in at some point for fun. I was gonna make some red lentil ones. Maybe I should make some ghee. In fact, that's probably what I will do. Some ghee seaweed. Can I try it? Yeah, I think I will try that. I could make these little sticks and put those in the. Well, let's not risk it. So. Ouch. I'll cut these up. We'll make an Indian version of the roll. I'll probably eat like, my digestive system is woken up mostly by now, and I had digestive enzymes, so we'll try and eat this. It's hard to imagine that I'm on this hunger strike, but it's a lot of preparation that is allowing me to do this. So don't copy me unless you know sort of what you're doing. Yeah, since we're making the sauces, we might as well just keep doing the sauces. So I see. It's pretty much just olive oil anyway, I just realized. Garlic, and we'll put some turmeric in there maybe, and salt, if I'm remembering right. I'm supposed to put onions in here, but what else is this just putting the It really is just like garlicky taste, really. Okay. I think we're supposed to put cumin in there, so we'll do that. And as fajita, actually, I can use. Oh shoot, put a little bit too much tannin in there. You're wondering what I'm cooking. So we're just making some ghee. And before, I didn't have any. It's just ghee, so we'll try and do that this time around. Put a little bit more olive oil in there. This will try to give it that real umami feel or taste that we want with ghee. Ghee is like, it's like animal fat. They say special delicious butter in Pakistan and India. Yeah, I think I'm supposed to put a little bit of fenugreek in here too. Okay. And fenugreek can be like pretty bitter, so we're just gonna leave it in there for a second. Okay, beautiful. So here's our Indian tribute. Oops. I don't want the fenugreek seed to come in, so we'll put up it slowly. Yeah, see the fenugreak seeds are being left behind, which is exactly what we want. If you put it in your food, they could be bitter, and I learned that the hard way. So, yeah. All right, awesome. Okay. I think I'm being a little bit too hardcore here, but okay, so let this go in. So now we have lots of our little sauces, and now it's just to put the sheets together, I think. Ah, my feet, you guys. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ouch. So, welcome YouTube if you can hear us. We're just finishing up. I actually have to reset the stream here pretty soon. It's like the only streams that are saving are the ones where I'm eating. People are going to get the wrong impression, but. Oh, there is a ginger. So we could probably do something with we can make like a wasabi style. We could use mustard, oat milk, and sesame oil. Add vinegar for punch. Sushi rice this. It's not orange. Wasabi is not, it's actually horseradish. That's okay. Is what it is, I guess. We're just gonna put around a couple of toast on as well. And here's our veggies that we're gonna try and cut up. And put in our rolls. you want to cut these up for the rolls so that they go in nicely. So this is kind of like hopefully with the pickled. Should probably soak in a little bit of salt, but the cheese and all that should hopefully make up for that. And I don't want to boil these lentils too long because I want those to be so soft that they. So they're supposed to be like matchstick kind of thin. I kind of want to be blocky. I think you said cut into thirds. Yeah. Whoops. The red lentils are definitely softening up. And we already have some radish already cut up here, so these would be the bigger chunky cuts. That's that. And in terms of the carrots, this one is, I'm not exactly sure what the best way to cut the carrot is. Like to make fine sticks. He did something very strange. Okay, I'll just do it this way. I just do it like how my grandmother taught me to do it. Simple. Actually, I think you should just put that. Oh no, that's okay, that's a good trick. Not exactly matchstick thin, but I do have another carrot that I could probably put in there, but I kind of wanted some color. I don't want to necessarily fill up my stomach with all this stuff because I want to have like the tofu be the main thing. So. Okay, let's figure these guys out. So our Indian version of this. And then why am I going through such, if I'm honoring Japan, why am I, why am I putting India in there? Or Pakistan? It's because they're the ones that have really gotten these meals done and sort of supported me. Really kind of, I really want to honor that a lot, actually. So, we're going to put all of our Indian ingredients here. And what else can I put? We could put the rice, obviously, the ghee in the rice, and the lentils, and we can make the lentils chili. Or we can just put it on top. Maybe what we're gonna do. Okay. Check to see if I have any meetings first. It's on there. We're gonna put some noodles on as well. Tricky. These are called julienne cuts. It's when you go in lengthwise like that. Okay. So hopefully there's a little bit of pickles. Now we're going to cut up the lettuce. Or not the lettuce, the Should I make this actually? Okay, we'll put these into Julian strips too. We'll see how this even looks since I've ever nori. That's done. So now this is the tricky thing that this guy did that I really liked. So he doesn't like the seeds so much. He just likes the. I'm going to use the seeds too, but he took a sharp knife or something. He started cutting. Like this. Here's a sous chef. He started cutting like this. Do you see what I'm doing? That was pretty cool. So let's see if I copy in my non-sous chef self. Oh boy, yeah, definitely not as skilled, but kind of making my way through it. He didn't want the seeds in there. He just wanted the skins or something. There's something about the way the skins are. That's best for sushi. You guys take their sushi very seriously. Oh boy, now this is the hard part. I think right here is doing a second cut. You see, it's kind of going. I'm doing it. Well, on one side I'm doing it. Okay, I kind of did it. So I got some of the seeds here. I'm gonna eat these. Hey, I earned it. Right? Put a little bit of salt on this. Delicious. So here's what we got. It's kind of cord. So he said to cut it into thirds, but we don't have enough to cut into thirds. I think we just cut it into second, and we're gonna try and make real matchstick looking cut. So, and the water's boiling. So what we're gonna do then now is a couple of carbs in there, as always. Once again, don't want to fill up too much of my stomach with this. Just a couple of them. Gosh. Now this is supposed to go like this. And you put this on top of that. And then you're supposed to cut it in like super fine strips, which is not. It might be easier just to do it like this. This might make the nori a little bit soggy, I think is what they're thinking. Okay. Done. I just love this stuff for me. Okay. You see it? It's actually working out pretty well. Pretty happy with it. Can somebody help me get a tripod if I live through all this? Okay. Hopefully you can kind of see it, right? It's like turning into this sheet. And it's like a little bit thicker than I think what he had, but I'm pretty impressed that I even got it cut at all. I've never cut a keeper like this before. So am I a sous chef now? Probably not, I'm guessing. So look at that. A little bit thick, but I can see what he means, that these are probably not gonna. Fuck the mustard. Okay. Maybe I will actually transfer onto the bigger plate. So, right. So these are julienne cuts, make things look fancy. Probably should have peeled the carrot a little bit more, but that's okay. Gorgeous. Now we have these here. This is really hard on my digestive system. Eating raw cabbage with this week of digestion is really hard on me. Our noodles are. We don't want them to be super. We don't want the noodles to be very like hard. Okay, so some of them we're going to make hot, some of them we're not. We have this mustard sauce. Some of them we want to make mint or what's that minty stuff? Okay, now I think all we have to do is start assembling the nori seaweed. So let's try that. There we go. That kind of is more stable. See? Zoom up a little bit. Oops. There's like torque now. I have to calculate physics to get a camera screen working. The sun has come up, hey? Okay, so I think that these might be al dente. These noodles. So let's try it out. I need a fork. Where are you? Okay. I'm making unconventional, but that's okay. A little crunchy. No, avocados are very important, and I want to do something very special with these. At least one of them. So. Cut out pork. And these have a really big pit inside of them, so there's like not a lot of meat compared to normal. Interestingly. If you don't know what al dente means for the noodles, al dente just means like they're perfectly, like they're firm but not soggy. These are still a little overripe or underripe. Okay. Let's strain our noodles because these are done now for sure. We're just making some spaghetti noodles, interestingly. I'm going to make a tomato sauce kind of one in honor of our Italians who might still help us out here a little bit more, which I'm super excited for. Okay. So you missed all of this because the camera wasn't set up. So we're going to make a tomato version. So that's why we're making these. And this is the al dente. Not super cement structure. It's chewy. Good. We are not big fans of soggy, are we? Okay. This guy's being a little bit of a hit to shoot. get you out of there. There's one way to do it. You're supposed to like twist it, but that actually worked. Cool. There, you just learned something. I learned that from one of my ex-girlfriends. So julienne cuts are lengthwise long. I tried to ferment these with ethylene gas a little bit more. Okay. So, okay. And let's see if we can do this without ruining it. Making it stay beautiful. Actually, the way that the guy peeled it, I actually really liked how he did it. He didn't do it in the rind like this. He actually took it out and then cut it on the plate. So seeing that he's a sous chef, I'm going to try and do that myself. Because you can see it's a little bit challenging this way, but nothing. Okay, so there we go. One down, sort of. Oops. No, stay together. They make it look so easy. These guys have been doing it for 20 years. And then the moment that you try and do it, things go haywire. I really want to stay together. It looks so good. Okay, I'm going to be putting it away anyway. Putting it inside of the. So this one. These are not like oblong, they're like stocky things. So it's like this. Oh, it's a little bit. Perfect, that came out nice. And what he did is he put it like that. Okay, it's not bad. It could be a little bit more ripe, but a little bit zesty, you could say. So with one of these, I wanted to spread it along the roll. So these ones will go in a roll. This one will, well, we have two more to eat, so this one came out really nice. I kind of want to save it for its roll. We'll see. I think I pretty much did all the preparation, so let's actually start eating this stuff because I'm starving here. Or start making the actual roll. So creative, I guess. We have ghee. I think we need one more ingredient for Indian food. The ghee, lentils. I got noodles. Oh, I need tomato paste. We got the red bean paste. Oh, we got peanuts as well. We're gonna cook that down there. So naturally, keep that in the fridge. Instead of the Japanese ones. So the classics is avocado and cucumber. That's the maki rolls, I think. You take. Well, I kind of like. Maybe we'll do the noodle ones first. Oh, tofu. So I already made some of the tofu, which I guess I could try and make it look a little more appetizing than this. Okay. Like this, like that. So you can kind of see it here. I actually baked this, so it's like really not slimy or tofu-y. Normally it's really chunky and it's. I can't wait to put this inside of there. So this is what I really need to put into my body. This is for the Hungerstrike or for the fast. This is the protein. I need to get 80 grams. I've actually overeaten anyway, a little bit, which might buy me another day or two of Hungerstrike, but it's not a lot, right? I kind of wish I had some onions, some scallions. Don't. So I cut them pretty fine. I guess I could have cut the tofu in longer sections. Actually, they were longer sections than I cut them. So these are really thick pieces of radish. It'll be like mostly radish. It's like wraps. So these are seasoned with these kinds of spices. The soy sauce, sesame oil, salt. Okay, so that's good enough to start. Okay, so this is the tricky part. How do I do this without, it's called an umami board or something. This back. You're supposed to have a little board, but you can see I have a towel here, and it says if you have a thick towel, you might be able to get away with it. I might just use my hands. I have the plastic wrap here from the actual seaweed. So, you know, there's a cardboard piece here. I might be able to use this cardboard to wrap it. Talk about resourceful. So if I put this underneath, you're supposed to have bamboo. If I put this underneath, I might be able to pull it off. Let's see. I just know that I'm starving. So you're supposed to put the rough side up. So we're gonna try and do inside out rolls first, I think. Ouch, my feet. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Okay, so avocado, cucumber, maki, and sesame seeds, light soy sauce, sesame sauce. Oh, I'm supposed to make tamakis too. Okay. There's something also called a tofino. Not tofino. I'm supposed to make a to do futomaki and a nori bite. So California rolls, avocado, cucumber, and this fake tuna stuff, which I guess we could have cut open a tofu and not have it like that, and maybe put some red on it. And see if the red will make it look like that, sort of like shrimp stuff. Not that it really matters. I'm not too big. I don't want to necessarily incentivize, you know, wanting to eat animals and continuing that craving. But yeah, why do we have to make it look like that? We don't have to look like it. So I'm gonna cut these into. Should I? It's kind of like crumbly. I could kind of make it that or whatever. I'm gonna do half of it. I think it's looking like red. Yes. Put little spots of this on here. Okay. 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 Oops. Way too much, but that's okay. And again, a bit too much. Good enough. Like I'm trying to make it look, you know, like the not important. Okay, so now we got the wrap here. You're supposed to have like a dish that makes your hands not sticky, or else the rice will stick to your hand. So we're gonna wash this bowl and use this bowl here for that exact purpose. Yeah, I don't think I have another bowl. Okay. I think they even say to put a little bit of vinegar in here. Okay, which we just did. Okay, here's our little bowl. We got a lot of activity here. So we're gonna start using that now. I can't wait for the noodles. We got a lot. So, okay. So rough side out up, that means that we're doing an inside out roll, like a California roll. So if I put this on my fingers, this, and then take it, put it, okay, it's already done. You're supposed to do it on a normal surface or something, I think. This is gonna be quite a bit of rice. This will be like the futomak, which is like large. It's like 3 of the rolls. Maki. I don't actually think I need to. Is that? I don't think I actually need to have a towel. Oh, I'm supposed to leave an inch on each side, I think. This is going to. I think lengthwise would be better, but I think I'm making a big one. Yeah, he said the rounder ones are the udamaki ones. So you have maki, udamaki, I think, and which is these inside out ones. So this is not maki, this is udamaki, I think. We want to leave about an inch or something for the seaweed to seal itself. So let's try that. Do not know if that's perfect. See, it's actually doing the sticky thing with my fingers, which is what the water was supposed to prevent. Yeah. We're learning. That's what this is all about, right? Have you never done this before? That's fine. So that kind of looks okay, right? So the point of this, though, is have it stick here. Wow, the water actually makes all the difference in the world. Really, honestly. We want the yeah. There we go. Get it now. I see. I guess we don't want it to be too thick. Spread it around. So the goal now is to put this over that, and what's getting a little bit soggy already. Maybe. Oh, I should have put the sesame seeds on there. Actually, thought of it. We should have fried these sesame seeds, but we did not. That's okay. There they are. Yeah, now I'm brown. Let's see. Oh well. Okay, we did it. Should I push it down now? It's actually going to stay in there. It's actually staying on the rice, which is great. Okay, so this stuff gets kind of soggy if you're not careful. So we're going to take our tofu bits, put those in first, like this maybe. I think those are thick. I'm not a big fan of raw tofu like that. So what we're gonna do, well, is give this a little bit of flavor. The last little bit of this special umami type stuff. So this is the classic California roll situation. So we're going to put these like this. Just so that it's not we are going to put some, there's no carrots in these, so it is just avocado. These are like thick little buggers. And I would put cloves on this because it's good for me. So we'll see. We'll keep that as it is, maybe. It's supposed to put like rice inside of this? I don't think so. California roll, okay. Avocado, cucumber, usually rolled inside out with sesame seeds on top. But I really feel like there's enough in the yeah, probably. Unless I double stack that. Well, let's just try this, I guess. So now I'm supposed to take this. Maybe none of these. Now I'm supposed to take this. I don't think I really need that plastic. I think this will be good enough. I'm supposed to hold the ingredients. Oh my gosh. Kind of working, kind of, right? Sort of. I'm gonna take this out now. Finish the job. Put some water inside here. All right. Holy crap. Did I do it? I think I did it. Like just didn't have the right side, but at least one side looks like it's legit. Okay, so I guess we're supposed to cut these after. I tried to cut it now, but do I need to? I don't have a really nice knife. But I kind of want to see if it cuts nicely or if I need to change how much I'm packing it. If it's too loose. I gotta do my stream reset. Okay. There is no stream reset now. What? Okay. I think I might have missed it. Oh, 11:22. We still have half an hour if I can stop the stream. Okay, that's okay. That's good. So, YouTubers, you can see that I just made my first roll. Right here. This is my California roll. Like that. I want to cut it right now though. And like ends are not very beautiful. Where's a plate? I guess I can use this plate. This is just for effect, I guess you would say. I'm using up all my utensils. There's nothing. Actually, we can use these. More plastic. So we don't need the towel up. This is finished. And the rice is what causes the vinegar is what causes the rice to be really sticky on the fingers. So yeah, I'll make one hand now. Now we just have to find my knife. If I use this really dull knife, it'll probably rip it apart, so I want to saw it a little bit. Question. That always surprises me. Out of all the places it could be. That actually makes things a lot easier without the dowels there. I really want to make it look pretty. Put more rice there, but we're just gonna do this instead. So that's a big roll. Futomaki. There's only so many places that a knife could be. Must have found the floor, maybe. It did. Yeah. I bumped it. Okay. Wash it off here. So we're making progress. It is taking a lot longer than I thought, but in the future, like I made this vegan cheese. I made the vegan cheese like 5 times faster than the last time we made it with lasagna. So actually positive and release it, getting faster. Okay, the noodles are also drying out, which is good. Okay, so he says to cut it down the middle first. Actually, you're supposed to make sure the knife is clean. Stick like crazy. This one. The shredding isn't really working too well. Well, we're getting away with it, so it is. I wonder should I this guy? Oh yeah. Okay, then this pair knife is much better. Now I'm supposed to cut them again, so they're not so giant. Do I dare though? I dare on this one. Should I try it? You can kind of see it looks kind of like a roll. Let's try it. I should do it with the dipping sauce. Okay? Let's see. Yeah. Thing in the way it really actually make it nice. Okay. All right. Let's try it. Mmm. That actually is tasty. Mmm. Okay, very cool. So, let me see it. You see it, my first one? It kind of looks good. It's got a little bit of room in it, but it's done. Did its thing. That is my first tofu California roll. I've noticed that I don't really want to cut the rest of it. It's quite large. Guess I could try and compress it. Water. Okay. Not bad for first attempts. To keep them beautiful, we'll just leave them as they are. Scoop up all the excess rice. Try and make it look fancy. I'm so hungry, actually. I'm starting not to really care too much. Like, I'm sort of supposed to be in a bit of a medical emergency, so I could cut them a little bit loose. So I'm going to try and fold a sheet on the next one. That was a good tester, I suppose. In about 10 minutes, I'll probably switch off the stream. we got these done. Gotta go faster. That's what I'm trying to say. This plate would be nice to have, actually. I don't like the transfer. I don't want to transfer them too much. I want to move them once and then that's it. So we don't need these guys. These guys. Transfer once. No. Push that back in. Good, it fit. This guy's undoing himself. So we're gonna put him in that. This guy made it look also like incredibly apt. This guy. Okay, they're okay. Good enough. Those would be big bites. Okay. So should I use this paper sheet? Oh, it's sticking to the sheet. This will not work. Well, this, I guess. It wasn't. Oh, yeah, there we go. Perfect. Now to do this, okay, now that it's flat, it makes it a little easier. Right, like before we didn't have a rolling pin, so what did we use? We used a water bottle. We don't have a malleable board, so what are we going to use? We're going to use this, the package of the seaweed itself, the nori. Well, there's a sealer in here. Well, I can actually reseal this if I wanted. Well, oh, I'm so hungry. This is really, I'm starting to get me a little bit. So let's get the next wrap going. Let's try. So on this one, what do we want to do now? Do we want to do another inside out roll? No, we'll do a. So what does a normal roll mean exactly? It means you put the shiny side down. Spin this side down, and then you fill this with the rice. Do I fill the whole thing with rice or just a little bit? Let me rewatch the videos. And actually, I'm going to switch the video now. Okay. We're going to start 119. And we're on day 95, I believe. Ouch, my feet. Okay. Next. And that's good. So I think I just put, I'm also going to start cutting the, let me see, if I just make them tighter, they'll be smaller. The rolls are quite large and loose. My feet are actually feeling like they're bruised now. Oh. I just got a message from someone. Okay, welcome YouTubers. We're doing Cooking with M. Meal 10 finale, a tribute to Japan. So bear with me for a second as I switch over. I had to have a meeting in between, just everything is piling up. My feet are killing me. I don't have fat on my body, but I have strength after a couple of days of recovering to do this. So that's why I'm standing right now. some people are thinking that I'm not actually on a fast, but I am. And I would take off my shirt, show you that I've lost 40 pounds of body fat. But I have a lot of emotional grit in my mind. So